My name is Zandra. Welcome to my channel. Um, I have severe obstructive sleep apnea, and it's a literal nightmare trying to stay awake throughout the day. I've been living this way for about a year and a half to 2 years, and when it first started, I thought it had something to do with my diet. I've since learned I'm also pre diabetic, but the OSA is to blame for my daytime sleepiness. It happens at any time throughout the day, no matter what I'm doing or who I'm talking to or whatever. There have been times I've almost fallen asleep standing up, and it was the sensation of falling that woke me up. And I can be in the middle of a conversation with my husband or my mom or my grandmother or with anyone, and I'll start to fall asleep in the middle of our conversation. It hasn't happened while I've been driving yet, but I have no choice but to drive. And so it's a huge concern of mine that it will eventually happen while I'm driving. At first, it was kind of amusing, but at this point, it lends a lot to my depression because I've really tried hard to mitigate the effects by changing my diet around, trying different sleep routines, but it's all been for nothing. And so my days really suck because they're entirely spent just trying to be awake. There's no real joy or happiness in doing anything because at some point or other it's going to be interrupted by these episodes. And I genuinely have no idea how I find what energy I have. Like, I feel like I should be in hibernation at this point. um, I can see a marked decline in my cognition. Like, I'm always forgetting the simplest things. I forget where I'm going in the middle of sentences. I can't think of words I use all the time. I just sound super uneducated when I speak to others, and that's one main reason why I actually wrote out a script for this video, because I wanted to be able to remember pertinent information to share with you guys. The first step was to get another sleep study done. I'd had one many eons ago, but I still had to have another one to basically just see where my apnea was since last time. And I was only asleep for 2 hours when the tech came in and hooked me up. He was like, yeah, we're not even supposed to communicate this to you, but your apnea is bad. And in fact, he said my case was the worst he had ever personally dealt with. And because I went through a low-income health clinic for all of this, my study was free, and my BiPAP machine, or the BiPAP machine I will need, will be heavily discounted. I think I'll only need to pay like $100 or something. It will be different from the machine I had before, because the machine I had then was a CPAP machine. And the difference between CPAPs and BiPAPs is that CPAP machines use a constant flow of air during inhalation and exhalation, and meanwhile, BiPAP machines automatically adjust the air pressure during inhalations and exhalations. Personally, I can't do CPAP machines because the constant flow of air made me feel like I was suffocating, and so I just keep trying to pull the mask off. I did notice I did much better with the BiPAP machine because of the automatic adjustment of the air pressure. It was just this nice flow of air that wasn't so pushy and threw me into a panic. So once I get my BiPAP, I'll show you guys the machine and let you know how much better my sleep gets, because I am assured it will get better. I hope. Another thing I kind of wanted to document, because I'm curious. Let's see. Cut that part. I did ask I recently became aware of medications that people with OSA use to help fight the daytime sleepiness. I did ask my doctor about those, and he said that basically they wouldn't be any good unless I was already on, unless I was already using a BiPAP machine, because the energy has to come from somewhere. It can't just, it can't just be manufactured out of nothing, and that made sense. Um, so yeah, I'm pretty much screwed until I get my BiPAP machine, which should be, according to them, in another 5 to 6 weeks. I'm currently on a waiting list because I had to go through a program to get the BiPAP machine for the discounted price. Um, so if you watched this far, thank you for your interest and support, and I hope that something in these videos can help someone else. And stay tuned for the next video in the series. And it's easy to be notified if you subscribe so you can stay up to date on all future content. Bye, guys. Hey, guys. It's Sandra here on Her and Her 2. And I told you in my first video that when we talked about the sleep apnea and everything, that when I got my BiPAP machine in, that I would show it to you guys so you can kind of get an idea of what the process is like, and just to see one if you've never seen one, if you're curious. I got this one through a low income program called Safety Net, which is in the state of Tennessee. I don't know if it's a federal program or if it's a state program, but it's called Safety Net. I went to a low income clinic, health clinic, and from there, they helped me with that program and with the help of the American Sleep Association to get a very heavily discounted BiPAP machine. I only paid, well, my grandmother helped me purchase this, and she paid $100 for this. Normally, BiPAP machines are hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So just paying $100 for it to come, it was mailed to the clinic, and they set it based on my prescription for me. So everything is already set up. I just have to plug it in and I'm ready to go. So for that price, um, if it had not been for that program, I don't think I would be able to have received a machine. But anyway, just to get to the point, I haven't actually opened this. It comes in this little bag here, and then it also comes with a mask. And I haven't opened any of these yet. This is the full face mask, as you can see. But I haven't opened any of it yet. I was waiting for the moment that I could share it with you guys. So we're going to open it up here and see what all is inside. Okay. So there's a pocket on the lid here. I don't have a lot of desk space. I'm sorry. So there's a pocket here with the owner manual in it. And then the main compartment has this Velcro pocket, and there's the actual machine here. And so here's the machine. And then this side here, this is where there's also a place to put water. It's a humidifier that goes into the machine, and just helps it makes the air that comes through the mask not so dry and choking. Um, it gives it some moisture so that it's easier to breathe. So yeah, it goes in here, and then in the back is where you would actually, you know, plug it in, and then this is where the tube actually goes. Let's see. And then also in this part here are all the cables and cords and whatnot. And then what is in here? I'm not sure. Okay, so here's the tubing that actually connects the mask and the machine. So all right, so let's get everything plugged in, plugged up, put together, and I'll show you that in just a moment. Something I forgot to mention too is with the humidifier, you have to use distilled water. You can't use mineral water or purified water or any of that because it can ruin your machine, but it can also cause respiratory issues. So yeah, you want to use distilled water. And bear with me, guys. I am using one hand to like do all this, so it might look kind of awkward, but I'm gonna try my best. Okay. So here's the hose part and bagged. There's two rubberized ends. One end is gonna go in here, and then the other end is gonna go into the mask. So. Alright, and so I've got everything plugged into the mask and the machine, and then here's the mask. This is the full face mask, and it comes with this, you take the orange part off. That's just for the boxing, and obviously it wouldn't work if you tried to keep it on. So yeah, you take that part off, and then, and I also now have the adapter plugged in. So this part plugs in to the back here. Okay. And then this part plugs in here. Alright. And so you plug it into the wall. So this will be my first night sleeping with this mask. So I will sleep with it a few nights, kind of see how I feel, and then I will update you guys on the results. So see you in a few days. Hey everybody, it's Sandra.
Hey everybody, it's Maria, Xander's mom.
We hope you guys had a good Christmas and a safe Christmas.
And we're looking forward to the Happy New Year, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
With
I hope it
with
doesn't
all that
snow.
crap going on.
I hope it doesn't snow. That'd be.
I
Well, I
want
don't
it to
mind the snow
snow.
as long as I don't have to be out in it. I don't mind it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, your dad has to work, so he'd probably have.
Ew.
Virginia's quite a bit worse with snow than Tennessee is.
Yeah, he's got to drive on the highway or the interstate to get over there. So
I still want it to snow.
I don't care who has to die. I want the snow. I'm just playing.
If even just for a day, I want to see some snow.
I'm sure it will at some point. It usually does in January, doesn't it? Or February.
Yeah, January. Well, sometimes well, yeah.
Not really February, but January.
Yeah. We did have a year where it didn't start snowing until February. It was,
Yeah.
remember, that's been years ago, like 12, 13 years ago, when we thought it was over with and it just got worse.
Yeah. Oh gosh. But so today is actually the video we're done on my side, so we're gonna actually start with mom and her story today. And
Yay.
oh so
Mine's a little bit more boring, I think, than yours, honey, but
absolutely not. It's not. Cause like I mean you've had a lot of stuff happen to you and stuff. So like
yeah, but I'll tell you, I have to say there were some good times too. Like in my early teen years, I got to meet the Chuck Wagon Gang. I got
nice.
to watch a real live video or show while they were recording at the Hee Haw Gang.
Oh nice.
Yeah, and we even had dinner with Goober, who
Nice.
turned out to be very not anything like his character, smacking waitresses on their butts.
Oh my gosh.
We went out he took us out to dinner after a hee haw filming. So I've had a pretty good, interesting couple of teenage years there, and I almost even became a singer at one time.
Well yeah, we're okay, so
We're jumping the gun. All that's coming out later. I just wanted to kind of give y'all a heads up.
no, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I've already heard most of the story, probably all of it, I don't know. But
400 times, probably.
it is interesting. It's terrible to hear that a fellow human being has gone through the things that you've gone through, but it's interesting to hear. And I mean, obviously, it's you. Even if you haven't like overcome it entirely, you've made something good out of your life. So
Well,
that's
all three of my kids were what was good.
well, yeah, that's what I meant. I am
But
the best thing in your life.
don't get
I'm just
don't get the ego going now.
I'm just kidding.
I know, honey, but you really are great.
I try. But
You like a mirror image of your mother.
oh yes.
I noticed how it got silent for a second.
I'm just playing. Oh my god. I have to say something like really quick.
Come
I
again.
noticed when I rewatch these videos, I sound like a cackling hen when I laugh. So I'm trying not to sound so like hickish when I
I love your laugh.
oh my god, I sound like Goofy or something. I don't
No, I guarantee it. There's nothing wrong with that laugh. Listen at mine. I sound nasally. So what's
No
what's
you
that all
don't.
about?
No you don't.
Oh Lord. But yeah, I got. I'm gonna start off with. I was born in Germany in 1965, and given it at birth to stay in an orphanage home for. It was about 4.5 to 5 years. So I don't have any memory of that life in an orphanage. I think what they did is they did the best they could, but we didn't go anywhere. We didn't, it was a crowded orphanage. I remember my dad telling me, and they were just really overcome with kids. They had a lot of kids. And this part I didn't remember. My father had to tell me, but it was really sweet how he met me because he said, when he walked in, he said he was just slammed in the face with all these cute little babies rolling around and in their little, uh, I guess, in their cribs when the nurse or the people looking after them were moving them around and kids crawling and some standing. There were different age groups in there, And I was about 4.5 or 5 years old when he saw me, and he said that I was alone from all the other kids in my own little corner,
Oh.
literally. And he said that what drew me to him first off was that I was alone. And he said that he came over to me and he squatted. He had a straw from a drink that he had with him, I guess. And he took that straw. What did they drink out of back then? I don't even know if they had to go drinks like that, but
Oh, yeah.
he had a straw. And he said that he rolled it to me. And first thing I did was I rolled it back to him.
Oh.
And we played that game for a while my future adopted mother was looking at other kids. And she was actually not the one to decide. He decided that it was me he was going to take home. So my first memory is really, I didn't remember the straw. My dad told me about that. But my first memory is actually reaching in terror, screaming and hollering while I was going out a door, and I was holding on to the door while people were carrying me off. And it was him, but nobody tried to take me back in there. And at the time, I didn't understand that. I thought I was being punished. I remember the feeling, I was just scared.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know where I was going. And I don't remember the trip home. That was the most intense memory that I have. From I do remember being in America. Not all details, but we stayed on Travis Air Force Base. I think it's in California, and we were there for about a year. The abuse started at Travis Air Force Base, and that was pretty. I was kind of a loner kid, and from the reason why, I guess, uh, my adoptive mother adopted me is because she was doing it. I was a rebound for her because she found out she couldn't have any more kids.
Yeah.
So, and my father really didn't even want kids. He didn't want another child, but she talked him into it. And he said that when he saw me there, that he realized that he did want a child.
Oh.
She was going for the babies, but he wanted me. So I felt really blessed to go home with him. And my father was an amazing father. But my mother was not great at all. She really hated me. you know. And she adopted me for all the wrong reasons. And I do remember bits and pieces. And the sad thing is, those were abusive times that I remember. I don't remember really living life on Travis Air Force Base. You know, I just remember some of the abuse that I went through there. And I remember being put into a closet numerous times. I I don't remember how it just felt like it was forever, you know? There were a couple of times that she forgot I was in there, but I wasn't allowed to scream and I wasn't allowed to make any noise. I was being punished for whatever it was I was being punished for. And mind you, I hadn't been with this family that long. So I was pretty scared of this woman because I didn't really know her that well yet. And a lot of my memories of her are more of abuse than of anything good, you know?
Yeah.
It's psychological abuse that she put me through, the physical abuse that she put me through, the the I felt terror when I was around her. I never wanted to be alone with her, you know, because I was always afraid that I would do something wrong, even if I didn't do it, something wrong, you know?
Yeah.
And um, I actually got bitten by a rat in a closet at Clark Air Force Base, at our closet, in our closet at home, when she put me in there. And did I say Clark Air Force? I meant Travis. If I said it the other, we didn't stay at Clark Air Force Base till later. But
Okay.
um, that was our next destination. But I remember when I was on Travis Air Force Base that we had a dog. It was a dachshund. And my dad, he adored her, you know. She was still young, and she was still able to have puppies. And I remember she had puppies that morning, and later that day, half of her puppies were gone. Every one of them were eaten. Parts were missing, and blood everywhere.
Oh God.
And I saw that, and I when I saw it, I screamed and I was traumatized. But I was told that if I didn't shut up, that I was going to wind up looking like that she might eat me too. You know, I was scared of her for a while. The
Yeah.
dog. She was just a dachshund. But, you know, I was pretty small too, still. And
Yeah.
I didn't understand what was going on. One day they were born, and then a few hours later, she had eaten her puppies with a few parts to spare, you know. So seeing that was actually my first time dealing with death, you know. I think maybe
Yeah.
that's why I had those thoughts,
Oh
you know.
yeah. I mean, I can understand how that would be. That would traumatize me, an adult
Yeah,
woman.
yeah.
So
We hadn't been there that long. Um, I remember boxes still being around, so we probably had just gotten there. Maybe in a couple of weeks we had been there, I guess. And
now, was
so,
that something that she like? Did you see that on accident, or did she like orchestrate it so that you would see that and be bothered by it?
well, let's put it this way: she didn't try to hide it. I don't remember how it was. I don't understand her thinking, but that was that was really my first bout with, as far as I remember, with abuse. I hadn't been with this family that long, and seeing that, it was almost like she was blaming me for what happened, and my reaction was totally inappropriate. That's the way. That's how she didn't say it like that. At this time she hadn't called me any names yet, but she didn't try to clean it up either. When I saw those puppies, they were half eaten and just spread out all over the floor. And I had done something. She she had told me if I didn't shut up with the screaming and stuff. I think that was actually the first time I wound up in a closet too, because she couldn't handle my screaming. And that's the time that I think I actually got bit. I'm not laughing about. It's just it's an ironic, kind of like a laugh. It's not funny. And like I said, I laugh at things when I get very uneasy and uncomfortable. So, but yeah, I had been put in a closet for a long time. I didn't know what the meaning of time, but it just felt like forever. And I had to deal with a rat. When she heard me scream again, that was when she opened the closet door to tell me to shut up, and it ran out. I actually had that scar on my face for years, but due to my aging and stuff like that, it just kind of disappeared. It was either around here. It was on one side or the other. It's gone now, but um my her ideas, um whenever I got a spanking, it wasn't spankings. It was more like hits. They were hits. And it was all over my body. It was wherever she could reach. Sometimes it was on the back, behind my legs, on my face, head, stomach. And she looked, and this may sound, I didn't know the name of this either, but I could see her arms flailing. It kind of reminded me of an octopus. I didn't know what an octopus was, but she had arms everywhere. When That's what I remember seeing her when she'd go off on me. She never smacked me. She just always went full out, you know. And this is people that took me in, you know.
Yeah.
My father never saw her do this to me. She always waited till he was gone. And literally, when he would leave, she would turn and look at me. If I was in bed, she'd wake me up and say something like um, to the tune of, "You've got another day with me, and you better behave." Things like that.
Yeah.
But I, I always made sure that I tried. I wasn't allowed to cry. I wasn't allowed to laugh. I wasn't allowed to express myself. I had to be a perfect kid.
Now, didn't she had a son from a different marriage, right?
Yes. And he was actually adopted too. That was his natural, she was his natural mother, but our father had adopted both of us.
Yeah. Now, did she like treat him the same way, or how did she treat him?
No, he had a totally different life than I did. He'd never seen the inside of a closet unless he was in there getting clothes out. He didn't have to spend his time in there.
Yeah.
I did. I honestly believe that I was adopted for that sole purpose, really, because I believe she loved him and she needed something to vent her anger and frustration out on.
How?
So I was the one that she did that with, you know.
So what was your relationship with him? Did you guys get along or?
No, no. He was so much like his mother, you know. He just hated me. And I don't remember much about my memories with him really didn't I mean, I was with him a lot longer than my memories really start. I don't remember much about Travis Air Force Base. I just remember some abuses. Oh, we did have an upstairs. And I don't know if there was really something wrong with me, but something had happened that I guess the trauma, maybe. I had actually hallucinated her being a wolf. She was walking on her hind legs
Ew.
and she was coming up those stairs, and there was just all kinds of, there was just drool coming out of her mouth. And I was always scared of her. And I guess that was my childhood imagination trying to deal with it. And I, that's actually what I saw. And I had done something wrong. And the way she had said my name was like, Maria. And she just crept up those stairs. And I had actually saw a wolf standing on its hind legs by the time she made it up.
Ew.
I hallucinated it, but that's what I was looking at. There was something wrong with me, I think, and but the trauma, I think, is what brought it out.
Yeah.
And um, so I think I was in California when I took off to a grocery store on a tricycle. I got in trouble for that one too, but my father was different. When he found out, he was worried, you know, and he disciplined me. He busted my butt, but he did it like a parent would do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he told me, actually remember this, that it was going to hurt him more than it did me. It hurt me pretty bad to have a butt busting, but it wasn't. It was a controlled type of discipline.
Yeah.
The kind that Michael Landon might have given his kids.
Yeah.
You know, and he did cry afterwards. He did it. He did not like a boohoo, but his eyes welled up. They welded up, and I'd never seen him like that. But I wasn't in the family that long. But I knew it really bothered him. But I had gone to the grocery store on my own with another kid who was probably younger than I was. So we got in pretty bad trouble. The MP was there. I mean, I had the military police over there at the
Oh my
house.
god.
By the time it was all done with, they had actually retrieved me from the grocery store and brought me back home. So there's probably about 4 or 5 MPs there with German Shepherds and all this other stuff.
Oh my
I guess
god.
they were using them to track me down. I don't know. I was stealing too much candy or something. I got in a whole heap of trouble. Let's put it that way. But um, that's about all the memories I really have of Travis Air Force Base. You know, the real abuse didn't really start until we went to the Philippines, to Clark Air Force Base. And that we were there for about 5.5 years, So that was a good while, and um, that's when the real abuse really started, because 5.5 years, you can only imagine. That's when I got to know the family a lot better,
Yeah.
and there were times, here, like, she was such a hypocrite. My adopted mother was, I remember going to the commissary, and we were in the car, and this woman had stopped to talk to her. She seemed so tickled to death to have seen my mother again, and she came over and started talking with her, and my mother acted like she couldn't believe that she was seeing this woman again, and they hugged. She got out of the car, and I guess they might have talked for a while. Back then I didn't have a concept of time, but it seemed like 20 minutes or so. It was a pretty good while. And by the time she got back in the car, oh my gosh, she said, "I hate that bitch." And I couldn't believe, even as a kid, I was like, by the time we were in the Philippines, I guess I was probably about 6 years old. And even as a kid, it stunned me. I thought, why in the world would she talk to her? She hated her. I didn't understand that, you know. But with all the things that I had already started going through, it really shouldn't have been a shock,
Yeah.
Whenever times came that I was not allowed to lose anything, and you know that the way I am as an adult now, that really carried through as an adult.
Yeah.
If I lost something, she would get behind me and she would force me to find it. I had better find it or I was facing wrath.
Yeah.
And she would chase me around the house and do a witch's laugh. And she would actually sound like a real witch. And she ran behind me and she would make me run. And she would laugh if I lost something. She said, "You better find it. You better find it. You better find it." To a kid, that was really, I was terrified
Yeah.
of her.
And I mean, that did carry over. Like, I
It
always
still
thought,
messes with me today.
yeah, yeah. I mean, even as a kid, whenever you would have like episodes like that, I knew that it had to have been something that you went through on, at a different time because it was like, because I didn't understand why it seemed like such an overreaction
I
to
know. I could
stuff.
see it on your all's face. I know.
And we didn't understand, but I mean, you explained it to us at one point, and I never felt the same after that because, like, I understood where you were coming from.
But I know even today, as much older as you are, I see the dread on your face. And it bothers me that I did that to you because you all went through it with me when I couldn't find things. I'm sorry, honey. I just didn't realize how much I missed with you all.
I don't know. That's not what I was saying. That's not what
No,
I meant.
I know, honey, but
What I meant was
even
I could tell.
everybody that is around me, if I lose something, it's like, oh God, here it's gonna start again. I see that in people. My head, your dad. I see it in your brothers and people that know me, my friends even. It's like I try to remember that I'm not under pressure to find something, but it's still there. It's still there. And I'm still acting like a victim, and I shouldn't. I'm an adult now, and I know that I'm not going to be hurt if I can't find it, but that panic is still there.
Yeah.
And I've had that done to me for years. I wasn't allowed to cry. If I cried, she would stand right in front of me, hold me by my shoulders, and she would look right at me and laugh. The harder I cried, the harder she laughed. And she would smack me across the face, both sides of my face. Each time I would start to lose it again, I got another laugh and another smack. And she said, "You can do this all day. I'm loving it." And so I wasn't allowed to express myself. If one time when I was playing Tiddlywinks, I'm just going to jump, I'm not doing this in chronological order. I was 11 years old. We'll go back to the Philippines, but when we had just moved back to the United States, we were staying with my grandmother, my mother's mom, at her house. And I was playing Tiddlywinks upstairs in her home, and I couldn't get those Tiddlywinks to get in the cup. It's an old game. I don't even know if they still sell it, but you had to flip those with a plastic disc, flip it to get it to bounce in the cup. And by that time, I knew that I was not allowed to lose my temper, but me being a kid still, I did. And next thing I know, I heard this, and I'm going to say my real name because I go by the name of Maria now, and there's a real painful history behind this name. She called me Enos, but my real name is Inez. And there's a reason why she put that name on me, and I'll discuss that later. I was severely bullied with that name as well, and we'll go into that later. But she did that as a calculated to make my life a living hell. But she said, "Enos, what are you doing? Are you losing your temper again?" And you could hear the joy in her voice, the laughter. I mean, she wasn't laughing, but you could hear the maniacal sound. She was going to have fun hitting me again. So she came back up the stairs. The whole family was there. The whole family was downstairs. My aunts and I didn't even know these people that well. I just met these people. And she came up there while my father was in North Carolina. He was signing off on his end of his career with the Air Force. So it was either South Carolina or North Carolina. He had to go away for about a month. And so we stayed there. And during that time, we were looking for houses and stuff. But when I was playing that game, she slowly crept up those stairs like she always did. And I had the picture of this wolf in my head again. And that's what she did. She psychologically terrified me. She brutally abused me so mentally that all these fears of these animals, mutant looking animals, I was seeing them on her. My imagination just went so wild because I had this terrified, I saw her as a monster, is what I'm saying. And I knew when I heard those stairs creaking that she was coming to me. And I put the Tiddlywinks down. I sat on my bed. I didn't have any other choice She came up there and she brutally beat the crap out of me, kicked me. Everybody was downstairs. Not one person stopped it. Richard was there. My aunts were there. My grandmother was there. And she put a pillow over my face and she sat on it. And I thought I died because when I woke up, she was pushing on my chest. I think I passed out. I struggled under that pillow to try to push her off of me. And she told me that I was going to die that day because she couldn't take me anymore. And when I woke back up, she was working on my chest. But I was on the bed, so it wouldn't have worked anyway. So I doubt I died. I probably just passed out. And that's when she yanked me off of the bed. And she shook me really hard, you know. And she said, I'm getting sick of it. I'm sick of you. I hate you. Blah, 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 this. I don't remember everything she said, but I think the only reason I didn't die is because she just didn't want to go to jail. It wasn't because she cared about me. And that carried with me for a long time. I never played those tiddlywinks again. Even as an adult, I stay away from those. But it's not my choice to be a victim. A lot of people say you can just get up, brush yourself off. But when you're told your whole life, like I was, that I'm never going to be loved, I'm not worth anything. By that time, I knew I was adopted, so I was known as the throwaway kid. When she got mad at me, she called me the throwaway kid. It didn't even call me Enos. I was a throwaway kid. And no wonder your mother gave you up at birth. It's a wonder I don't know why she didn't abort you. And things like, you're a hard person to love. Nobody's ever going to love you. You're never going to have anything. You're a loser. You're a whore. You're a deadbeat kid that just makes everybody's life so miserable. And you're so stupid. You're so stupid. That's all I ever heard was how stupid I was. I remember being at bingo when we were in the Philippines, and we played this bingo game, and my favorite thing to get was pizza, okay? And I think I was like 8 years old. Oh, my God. I was 8 years old and had the whole half of my face burned off by a slice of pizza where the cheese flopped and went all the way down my neck and stuck.
Oh, my God.
To my neck. And she told me, I pulled that off so fast and I started crying, and she kicked me under the table so hard, said, if you start crying now, I will beat you to a bloody pulp right here. The next day when I woke up, I was not allowed to cry. The next day when I woke up, my father, I don't know why, I don't know how, but nobody noticed. It was a really red rash on my face and my neck. But the next day, from my lip here had been taken, the skin had been taken off. And I had a slimy, red and yellow pus-filled scab from the bottom of my lip all the way down to my neck. All the way down. And that's when they decided to take me to a burn specialist, a burn doctor. And I don't remember anything after that. I remember waking up with a big, huge blister, pus-filled, wet scab on my face. and I was in so much pain, but I was not allowed to cry. I wasn't even allowed to tell my dad what happened. That's why he didn't react. He just thought I had a rash or something on my face. But I wasn't even, she didn't even tell him what happened. And when I got hit, one day we took our dog, Lady. She was very sick. And this is before we actually went on to Clark Air Force Base. We were on we were off base. We were in the Philippines, and we were waiting for a unit to come about. So we stayed there for about a year. And my brother wanted to take Lady for a walk. That was our little dachshund. And I remember my dad telling me and my brother, do not take her for a walk. Do not take her out of this house. She is sick. Well, as soon as he said that, after he went to work, he was leashing her up, getting ready to take her for a walk. And I told him, I said, you're not supposed to take her for a walk. He said, no, don't do it. Well, he shoved me on my right shoulder so hard that it knocked it out of socket, and I fell to the ground. It was so hard. It was that hard. And I fell to the ground, and I started screaming because the pain was unbearable. It was so bad that I thought I was going to pass out. I could feel this sway, and things were going black, but then it would stop. It only happened when the pain, it came in waves, and nobody could tell me, nobody knew what was wrong. I didn't know what was wrong. And so the maid that was there had called my father. She had tried to get a hold of Ann, and she told her to get a hold of her dad. She didn't have time for me. So she even told my mother that something was terribly wrong, that she needed to get home. She told her, I don't have time for her. I found this out in an argument my father had with her later that night. I could hear them screaming at each other. And he had rushed home, and they had taken me to the hospital on the military base, and come to find out that my whole shoulder was pulled out of its socket. It had shifted out of there. But when they tried to put it back in, it wouldn't go. And I was passing out from it. So they had no choice but to bandage it up until it did it on its own. And it was that night when I came back from the doctor that he had found out that the maid even told him that, well, I tried to get a hold of her, but she said she didn't have time. And that's where the big argument ensued. They were arguing in the bedroom. He was trying to keep it down, but she kept telling him that I was coming in between them, that I had set this all up because I was jealous and I was trying to break them up. Like I pulled my own arm out of socket so that it would cause trouble with them. She told him so many times that I had manipulated. I was the cause of the breakup. We'll get into that later. But that I was the cause of the breakup. But I'm sorry. I just jumped years into that. I'm sorry, but just everything that ever happened was always my fault. even when my brother pushed me so hard that it caused my shoulder to pop out. The whole argument was over me. And my brother got in trouble because he did wind up taking her for a walk while I was on the ground crying. That's how important I was to this family, or lack thereof. But yeah, I think we have talked enough on this video, and I could get a little chance to kind of recover, and we'll go back into some more abuse on another one. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, we've been recording for 21 minutes on this one, so
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. This
because
is a
there's a
good.
lot more I need to talk about.
Well, I think you've definitely covered a lot of stuff. Some of that stuff I hadn't even heard.
I
So,
didn't tell you about some of that, honey. I just thought I would share it with. I'm sorry. I probably should have told you first.
no, it's okay. I mean, you can tell whoever you want. I just didn't. It's just I mean, if possible, she's even a worse person than I have at first realized, you know.
She was a bad person, Xandra. She was. And
And
the only way I knew to protect you guys was to keep you away from her.
well, I mean, yeah, I'm glad you did because honestly, nothing is lost from my. She just probably would have given us trauma, like more
Yeah.
trauma.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't have allowed it,
So,
though. And that's exactly what I did. I kept you all away from her.
yeah.
But I did. Now, I did when I came back from Florida. You were still a baby, and I did see her one time with you. But we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good ending point for today. Um so we'll pick back up next week
Yeah.
and we'll start from where we left off on this one if you're
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was got to recover from this one.
yeah, it was really emotional, so understandably
Sorry about
though.
that, guys.
Oh, I'm sure they understand, we have a good audience, a good subscriber base.
Oh, yes. Thank you guys, too. Thank you all for participating in our videos. I really appreciate that. I know you do too.
Yeah, yeah, we do. We appreciate you guys. And eventually we'll do another live video so we can try to
Oh, yeah.
interact with you guys.
Hey, if anybody has any questions about this one, feel free to ask. We will answer them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And leave us your comments. We're always happy to see what you think about the videos and what you are interested in and what you want to know more about.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll be back next week.
Love
So
you guys so much. I love you, Xandra.
I love you too. I love you
Oh,
guys.
oh, Happy New Year, guys.
Oh, yep. Happy New Year because we
All
won't.
right. Hope y'all had a wonderful Christmas.
Yeah. 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 All right. So, all right. We'll see you guys next week.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, everybody. It's Sandra.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Maria.
I hope everybody had a good New Year.
I hope so. I hope everybody did too.
New Year, new you. Or
And
me.
Merry Christmas as well.
Yeah.
That goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
I'm sick, so I have a temperature, but I wanted to do this video.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say my voice sounds kind of. I think I've got like I'm congested a little bit, so
You sound amazing, honey, as always.
stop, stop it.
You get me, people. You have got the personality, and I've got the looks. No, I'm just.
Oh, okay, Beck, get out.
God, I've
Oh gosh. So
I guess we're gonna continue with what happened and stuff, and what I went through, right?
yeah, I think we were in the Philippines. We had just gotten to the
Good
Philippines in the
stuff.
last one. No, no, not the good stuff. God, you're crazy. She's a maniac. But yeah, I know it was getting kind of uh,
Emotional.
yeah, and intense. So just whatever you're comfortable with talking about. If you need to take a break, we can take a break, or whatever. You don't have.
Well, I think I'll just go into the rest of what I went through, and just during a lot of the time that we spent in the Philippines, my mother did not do the raising. My father was always at work, so I had the maids there. My relationship was more with them than it was with her, and I got close to, mind you, I was not allowed to get close to have relationships with anybody in the household, the maids or anything. And if I did, she would get rid of them and start with another.
Oh, hold on a second.
So, every time I got close to one, she replaced them with a new maid. And she didn't want me to really have any friends. So I didn't have a whole lot of friends. And a lot of that, really, ironically, was not her fault. It was because I was awkward. And I think she liked that, that kids didn't like me, or anything. And I could, um, she just would tell me on numerous occasions that I was very stupid, very ugly, that I was never going to have anybody or anything, to just give up on myself. Why wouldn't I just kill myself? And this started when I was just a kid. And
Well,
she
that
told me,
it was her fault that you were so awkward. I mean, you didn't have anybody to talk to or confide in, and like she was constantly beating that stuff into your head. Like it's no wonder you didn't have many friends. I mean,
yeah, I did not have a lot of friends, but the ones that I did have, uh, it was a rarity. I'd say I had maybe 4 or 5 friends. They weren't close, but they were. I saw them as friends, and I'd spend the night at their house. They would spend the night at my house or whatever. But she would make it such a horrible experience, you know. And she even asked the kids, why did they like me? Why were they even over there? And the kids, they were only 6 or 7 years old. And she scared them away. The time came where the only time I'd get to spend the night was if I spent the night at their house. A lot of times they didn't want to come to my house because of her. And if I didn't eat everything on my plate, I had to sit there until I did. And when the food got cold, it was even less appetizing, and I had to do the dishes. I'd have to help with the maids. My brother didn't have to do all that. He could go back and do whatever he wanted. We had to ask to be excused from the table. A lot of times my father would say, just get up and go to your room, clean up your mess first, and just go to your room. It's bedtime. That's how late I would sit there at the table. And it wasn't because he was abusive. He did a lot of that because of how abusive she was to him. She was verbally abusive to him.
Yeah.
And he did that, I guess, so it was non combative between the two. He protected me a lot of times, but he really never knew how bad the extent of the abuse was.
Yeah.
Before he'd come home from work, she would threaten to kill me or, do something that I would regret. I would regret it if I ever told my dad what kind of day I had with her, you know.
Yeah.
And a lot of times she wasn't at the house. I was practically raised by the maids, The uh I remember a time when it was about 3 times when I've been chased with a knife, and she stabbed the couch. Oh God. She stabbed behind the couch so my dad wouldn't see it. And it was a wonder it didn't come through that couch and stab me in the back. It was a pretty long knife.
Wow.
And a lot of this would happen when I couldn't find something. And there were days that she'd come home and just light up on me, even when I didn't do anything wrong. And my brother would not take up for me. I remember there was a time when I had a bike. It was pink. It was my favorite color.
Still is.
Yeah, it is. And I was getting ready to go riding, but my brother was leaving with one of his buddies, and all these neighborhood kids came around me in a circle on the porch and wouldn't let me leave. And I told them that my brother was going to beat him up. And I hollered for him, and he had a friend with him. He was fixing to leave. And he said, "Nope." He said, "You're on your own." And he told all of the girls that was there, leave a piece of her, at least so they know that she's still alive or something like that. I can't remember how it was said. But leave me together. Don't tear me apart. And he said, "Good luck," and left. And I got beat up, and my bike got thrown around, and only time it stopped was when one of the maids finally came out and ran him off. But my dad, when he saw the condition that I was in, um, he really blew up. He kind of shoved him around. And at this time, I think he was like, see, I was about probably 7. So he was about 5 or 6 years older than I was. So he was about 12 or 13. And he took him outside and he said, "You want to fight? You want to fight like a man." He said, "You didn't protect your sister." And he said, "There's nobody here to protect you, you know.
Yeah.
So he kind of got it, shoved him around a little bit. But I don't know that that was the right thing to do, but I enjoyed every second of it because I didn't have anybody to protect me.
Yeah.
And he was the only one. And my mother tried to stop him. She started hitting him on his back, punching him and trying to pull him away from him. And he'd turn around and look at her and say, "Why didn't you do this for for our daughter? Why didn't you do that for her?" And she had this time she had an excuse. She wasn't at home. But he got his. He did get his. And he wasn't beat to a bloody pulp or anything. But he was shoved around, knocked to the ground, and every time he tried to get up, he'd push him back down. And he said, "How does that feel?" He said, "What kind of terror do you think your sister went through when she had all of those girls around her?" There was probably 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
And what kind of fear do you think she felt? And finally, he got to my brother to crying, and he said, "That's probably the exact same thing she did when she needed your help." And he told him to go back to his room. He had been grounded.
Yeah.
But the fight continued between my dad and her and my mother for a good while. And I was in my room, so I didn't get to hear much of what was going on. But every time I got something for Christmas, it mysteriously broke or disappeared. And the couple of times I found I knew how that happened is because my mother said she did it.
Yeah.
My dad bought it for me, and this is something that I wanted, and she didn't want me to have it. So she either gave it away, tore it up, or probably threw it away or something. A lot of my Christmas presents were gone.
Yeah.
And it happened almost every year. Always lost something I loved. She actually bought me a doll. It was a makeup doll from the shoulder up,
Yeah.
and it was very nice. But she had psychologically terrorized me that to the point I got afraid of that doll. She would place the doll in my closet with the door open, having the doll facing towards me. By the time she'd worked on me, that doll was floating in the closet and saying horrible things to me. Where my imagination, she said, "If you don't behave, if you don't go to sleep, the head is going to come get you, you know. And so that was years. I was not allowed to get rid of the doll. Whenever I tried to get rid of it, it wound back up in my closet. And she scared me a lot. She knew what scared me. She held me under the water once in the bath water because I took too long for my bath. and everybody else, my brother needed to use it, and I told him I was just soaking and I would get out here in a little bit. Well, she said if I like the water so much, then I can hold my breath and stay in there. And she held me under the water for a long time to the point I inhaled the water. And then I just, other times, she would just beat my back. Places people wouldn't see,
Yeah.
and shove me into the walls, pull my hair. I wasn't allowed to have long hair. The longest it ever got was just a little bit down past my shoulders, and then she'd cut it off, saying my hair was too thin to grow, and I looked like a slob with long hair. So I was, I kept it short for the most part, and I wasn't allowed to have pretty things. If I tried to wear makeup, even chapstick, we had chapstick back then. I don't know how long it had been out, but we had it. I couldn't wear that because I was trying to act like a grown up. And I really don't remember ever being called a slut or a whore until we moved back to America. And that was my first time when I was 13 years old. I had started blossoming, I guess, and wearing training bras and stuff. But I just went through. I remember I got stuck in a pine tree in the Philippines. It was a tall one too, probably 20, 30 feet
Ew.
up in the air. And I'm thinking it was a pine tree. I could be wrong, but I got to the very top and it started swaying back and forth. And they had to call the fire department to get me down. And a fireman got behind me and held on to me while I climbed back down. But that is probably where some of my fear of heights came from.
Oh, yeah.
After looking down, my friend got down from her tree, and she went and got help actually because I couldn't get down. Neighbors were around and they didn't know how to get me down. But after all that happened, I got a beating for that too. Not from my dad, from her, from my mother, for causing so much trouble. Is what she said. I was a troublemaker. And she always just, everything I would say, she'd say, whoever hears that is going to think you're so stupid. You are stupid. You can't do anything. I went through that every single day.
Yeah.
The first time I ever found out that I was adopted was when we were playing outside, probably with the same group of girls that beat me up. It started out okay. Kids will be kids, next day sometimes they just forget about that. They get over it.
Yeah.
But when we started playing, I found out that I was adopted from one of the girls, and she shoved me into the middle of a circle. Again, they had circled around me, and I said, I am not. I'm not adopted. Adopted, I didn't know how to say the word. And she said, you dummy, it's called adopted. And that's when your family doesn't want you, somebody else takes the burden off of them. So apparently, somebody in my family had been telling everybody else that I was adopted. You know, I didn't even know I was adopted, but everybody else did.
Yeah.
And when I went into the house, I said, I'll show you. I'll show you that I wasn't. Well, I was sitting on the couch. Oh, I said her name.
I'll take it out.
Couch, and I walked up to her and I said, "What is adopted? What is it? What does that mean?" She said, "Do you mean adopted?" And I said, "Yeah. What does that mean? They keep telling me that I'm adopted." And that's when she said, "Well, you were. You are adopted." And that's when a family doesn't want you. So we took you in. And she said, "You're a burden to a family. So another family takes you in. You're adopted. You're not even born from this family. You're a guest here." And I was like, Dad wasn't home at the time. He was at work. And I didn't know what to say, but I never went back outside. I was so ashamed that I was not wanted that I went to my room for the rest of the day. And I just sat there. I didn't remember doing anything. I was in shock. She didn't even try to come in and explain herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I just sat there the whole day. I don't remember doing anything. And my life changed that day. After that day, I was called the throwaway kid, a throwaway kid. My family threw me away. And that I was not her real mother. My father was not my real dad. My brother was not my real brother. But I found out that I didn't have anybody. I found out that I was told basically that I was nobody with nothing, with nothing. And I talked when my father came home. Every day that he comes home, I always ran to him. But this time I didn't. And he came in to the room. First, he asked her where I was at. And she said she's in her room. And he knew something was wrong because I always ran to him. That was the light of my day, was when my dad came home.
Oh, yeah.
But I saw him differently that day. I felt lost and I didn't know him. That day, I felt like he was a stranger. And when he came in, he said something to the tune of, "Where's my hug? What's going on?" And I didn't look at him. And I started crying and I said, "You're not my dad. Who are you?" And I said, "This whole time I've been living a lie. Where am I?" And he looked at me with that dreaded look on his face. And he said, "What are you talking about?" He came and sat on my bed. I remember that. And he put his hand around my face. He cradled my face. And he said, what's going on? What do you mean? You're my daughter." And he said, "What happened?" And I said, I found out that you're not my family. And that look changed from compassion and confusion to total anger. It wasn't at me, it was at her. And he said, I'll be right back. And next thing I know, there was yelling and hollering, things breaking and slamming. And it wasn't him, she was slamming because he had no right to overreact. That she had to find out at some point.
Yeah.
And I could hear him yelling, she was supposed to find out when she was ready, when we were ready. And that was when he came in and he explained what adoption was, what it meant, and how my family loved me, but they couldn't take care of me. That was all a lie, too. They didn't, but I didn't know that at the time. My adoptive father was trying to protect me.
Yeah.
And my gosh, when he looked down on me and I hadn't seen him ever cry. You know how your papa was?
Yeah.
He was like a rock. He pulled me so close and so tight to his chest. I could feel and hear his heart pounding. And he said, you have always been my little girl.
Oh.
You have always been my daughter. And he said, you are now. He said, nothing has changed. And he cried with me. He was the only one. He was the only one. It made me feel like a person instead of a thing. He was the only one who ever showed me love in that family. And from that moment, just for that moment, I felt loved again.
Yeah.
I knew that his love was real. And but it was still different. It was still different that day. From then on, when I knew the truth, I wanted him to be my dad. I wanted to be from him. Hold on a minute.
Are you okay? Do you want me to pause it for a minute?
No, 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 no. No, don't pause it. I just felt so special when I was around him. But then I always, after she ruined it and the kids ruined it, I never felt that kind of special, even though he tried so hard for the rest of my life. He tried. You know, there were days I would forget, and he felt like, just hold on a minute. No matter how hard he tried, it still was different. I knew the truth; it was out there. But I was, I guess we are jumping some years, but by that time I was about 8 years old when I found out.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was never the same. now that I knew the truth, I knew I didn't come from him. But he still made me feel like I did. And he blasted her. He blasted my adopted mother that day. I mean, he literally blasted, and I mean verbal. He told her she was a terrible person. How could a, how could an adult who knew better take a child's innocence the way she took mine that day? Even if the kids had done what she told them, it was the kids that she found out. And he said, well, nobody should have known.
Yeah.
She should have been, she was a part of this family. She shouldn't have been treated any different. Nobody else had the right to know that she was adopted. She is this family. She is our family.
Yeah.
She was not to be treated any different. Nobody else was supposed to know. And as usual, she turned the tables around on him and said it was his fault for not telling me the truth from the beginning, the moment I was adopted, to pound it in my head. But she did call me after that. I was known as the throwaway kid. My parents threw me away. They didn't love me. How could anybody love me? Look at me. I was ugly. I was stupid. I wasn't worth anything. I was a burden. And I was a hard, hard kid to love. She she told me so many times that she hated me. God, I hate you. Why are you here? Why don't you just kill yourself? Saying this from the time I was 6 years old, forever, for the rest of my life that we had contact. She was so disappointed in me and hated me no matter what I did. And the psychological terror that I went through, she made fun of me. She'd scare me. She'd beat me. I wasn't allowed to just eat anything out of the fridge. I had to ask permission. But I figured what we'll do is maybe start the next video after, if I remember anything, in our next video, I may continue with the Philippines, but that was the extent of what the abuse I went through.
Yeah.
In the Philippines. The United States gets a little bit, it gets a little bit worse from there.
If you can imagine it.
But I thought we'd do our next video with moving to America. But yeah,
Okay.
that's what I had to deal with as a kid in the Philippines.
I'm just.
Do you have anything you want to say? Why don't you tell me how you feel about all this?
Well, I didn't know some of it. Like where she stabbed the couch and stuff. I didn't know about that. I didn't. Um, and I think I'd forgotten that she was abusing Papaw too. But just wow. I mean, it's no wonder that you carried some of this stuff throughout your life with you. Like the finding things when you're trying to find things. I mean, that's not the kind of, especially when that trauma is like instilled in you like that, it's not the kind of thing that you can just like get past, you know.
No. And I know there's a lot of people out there that say, choose to be a victor, not a victim. It's not easy. It's not like I enjoy what I went through, but it still sticks with me. I have overcome some of it, but the finding lost objects, I don't know why, but I still panic. You know that.
Yeah. But I've noticed that you do a lot better with it now than you did before.
On my good days, yeah, but there are times like if I'm pressured, like if I'm in a big hurry, then I lose it again, but
Yeah.
times when I'm just looking for something, I'll think I'm not letting this get to me. I'll look for it later. But like my keys, for instance, if I need those, I
Oh
still
yeah.
panic,
Yeah.
I'll know when I need them right then. It's like, oh God, where are they at? Or my credit card or something like that.
Well,
But I am
also
getting.
it's not like I know what you mean when people say you can choose your emotions, like you can choose whether or not to be like offended at things or whatever, and you can't. You can't always be in control of
Yeah,
that because I mean that's what mental illness is. That's what being abused is. It reshapes your whole mind.
exactly. And that's like your brother. Bless his heart. God love him. Uh, you know, when he said, don't let people control what kind of day you have. But it's not always possible. I
Yeah.
mean, people make you mad. That's like saying, okay, I don't know if this would be a good example or not, but you can't choose to be raped, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be, if you say no and they do it anyway, you're being raped. Well, you
Yeah.
might have to bleep that out, but that part, he says that I can choose what kind of person I want to be. Well, for the most part, that's true. I choose to be good to people. I do. It's because I'm a great person. That's why.
Well, you are.
but
You have the
but
biggest heart of anybody I know.
oh, thanks, honey. I was just joking. No, I mean,
Well,
I know I've got my faults, but I mean, I if somebody says something hurtful to me, I'm not choosing to cry. It just
I
happens.
know
That's
what
not a choice.
what he's saying works, I think, on a minor level. Like, yeah, if somebody say, say I'm at a gas station or something, and somebody like cusses me out for no reason, like if I was a Tibetan monk, maybe I could be like, I am at peace with this, and I am not gonna get mad, but we can't all be like, we can't all be
Tibetan.
like that. Yeah, like I mean it does take it's like a
Control.
mindfulness thing. Yeah, it takes a lot of control and not everybody is capable of that control, you know, depending on the circumstance. I think,
Exactly.
if we were able to control our emotions that easily, it would be a completely different world. I mean,
Oh, would it not?
you know? And I
And
mean,
there
what
was,
he is right. He is ultimately, and like I said, it would take a monk or something to be able to, to think about it in the moment. It's in the
yeah,
moment when it's happening. Like you can't,
yeah.
um, if you told me to F myself right now, just out of nowhere, like I'm gonna,
Help yourself.
yeah, I mean, like in this moment, I'm gonna be like kind of pissed. pissed off and like,
Yes.
what are you saying? I
Yes.
can't just be like, Mother, your chakras are not in tune with the alignment of the universe. I think you need to realign. Like we can't.
Oh.
Yeah, like I mean, but ultimately what he's saying is true. I could be like, I could choose not to be angry at that. But
Yes.
that only works, like I said, on a minor
Mhm.
level. It doesn't work when you've been abused on that kind of extent for that long.
Exactly. It's true. That's
That's
right.
why your mind is warped. That's why it's a mental illness. I mean, you can't always control it.
Listen, the way we perceive things is not the way a person that was raised with love. What? No, I shouldn't say it that way. No, a healthy, because some people are raised with love and still wind up with a warped mind. You
Yeah.
know, what I'm saying though is I perceive things very differently. What may not hurt most people's feelings, if you'll notice, Xander, I'm always saying, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, even when somebody's sick, I'm like, I'm sorry. And
Yeah.
I really am when I say it. I do feel sorry that they're going through this or that I can't help.
Yeah.
It's because I was raised that everything was always my fault, even if it wasn't. And not only that, it really does bother me when people hurt.
Yeah.
It does. And I can't take that pain away. And so I do. I say I'm sorry a lot, and to the point that it does get on people's nerves. But I can't help it. It's just the way I am.
Yeah.
You know, I learned to say I'm sorry at a very young age, even for things that, and that you hear it all the time
Yeah.
from me. Oh, well, I just put that right into my little breast there. Sorry about that, people. That wasn't intended. I am sorry.
Oh my god. That was funny.
But do
But
you have anything left that you want to say, honey?
not at the moment. I think I should keep my critique for later because I know what's coming in the story, but they don't. So,
All right.
I think what I have to say now would probably make more sense after you've told
Right.
more of the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you're ready to end it today, we've recorded for 45 minutes almost.
Well, that's awesome. That's a good length. I
Yeah.
hope that our viewers will, for those of you out there suffering through abuse, don't let it like don't let it destroy your lives. I lived to have children, to have a husband, to have a life, and I'm still working on it. It's going to be a lifetime commitment for me. But
Yeah.
don't give up. That's what I'm saying. I'm still here. And I have a beautiful daughter.
Oh.
Gosh, the most beautiful girl in the world
She
who
has
has
to say
helped me
that.
get through. She is my savior. This girl, when I first had her, if it hadn't have been through her with her and I was alone, I believe I would have really truly believe I would not be here. She pulled me through and she didn't even know she was doing this. From the time that she was born, that was one of the darkest times of my life.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. Okay.
that's not what
When
I
I
mean,
brought this hell spawn into creation.
Let me explain. I was already going through a dark time, and she was born during that dark time. But that is what kept me going. You are what kept me going. She does not realize how many times she saved my life
Oh,
without even knowing it. And she was just a baby. And this baby already had a heck of a burden on her. But she's what kept me alive, guys. Oh, and I guess, do you have anything else you need to say, sweetheart?
I was just gonna say, like, I've personally witnessed how much better you've gotten over the years. Uh, so I mean, it is true. It might take a while, but as long as you're always trying, that's all you can do is try.
Yeah,
And you have come a long way from from then to now, you know. So I
yeah.
mean, even if it doesn't feel like to you that you've made enough progress or whatever, I mean, a lot of people, there are people that aren't quite where you are yet. So, I mean, you have made progress, you know?
Well, I know if you guys love me, I did something right. You know,
Yeah,
I wasn't as horrible as a person to the point that my kids hated me. You know, I made a lot of mistakes as a mother, and my kids loved me through it all. You loved me through it all. Your
yeah.
brothers loved me through it all. And when I say mistakes, I don't mean like I tossed them across the room and threw them down the stairs and strung them up by their feet or anything.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times I thought about stringing them up by their feet, but
I was gonna say
that's
they
a
probably
joke.
deserve it.
That's a joke.
I'm just
I
kidding.
promise. But no, I've got the love of my kids, and that tells me that I, I feel like I did a lot better than my mother ever thought about.
Oh yeah, yeah. There. I
Yeah.
mean, you would have to try to be that horrible of a person, and yeah, it sounds like she just was, you know. So
She wanted to be.
yeah,
She took joy in my pain, and I really believe that she adopted me for that reason. Not really a rebound. I think she did it because she didn't want to hurt her son.
yeah.
And I was the one that she could take this out on, you know, and I really believe that's why she adopted me as an excuse to abuse something.
Well, even if she thought she was being a good mom to him by not abusing him, she wasn't because it doesn't sound like she didn't instill in him any kind of uh like having to take
Morals,
responsibility, yeah, moral, like having to take
moral,
responsibility for things, like
yeah,
taking up for people that are less advantaged than you know,
yeah.
things that make you a good person. She didn't, even if she didn't abuse him, she didn't prepare him for being a good person in life.
No, and he was not the greatest person in the world, but I still, to an extent, I still loved him.
Yeah.
And ironically, even towards the end of her death, I still cared about her. Not
Well,
like I did, not like I would have as if we were close, you
yeah.
know?
But that
But
again says more about you as a person than her. Because she sure as heck didn't earn that. But, I mean,
no,
you're a good person. You didn't learn it from her, you learned it from Papaw.
yes, He was my rock.
And well, I mean, like, I'm not saying Papa made you you were a good person anyway, but
Oh no, I
you
know, I
know,
know, honey.
uh,
He did help make me a good person, though. He kept instilling the value of of me. He made me feel important.
yeah, and I feel like he was trying to prepare you for life in the real world, and she was just trying to make sure like you never
Break it
got there.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah, she was trying to break it down every time he did. He'd build it and she would break it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I'm glad you were able to. I know it got really hard to talk about, but I'm glad that you were comfortable enough to share it with everybody today.
Shh, stop it, Luke.
Luke, I am your
Luke,
father.
Luke, stop. God, he's going to eat her up.
Uh oh.
Listen, I want to give a big shout out to Tammy. Tammy, thank you for watching every one of our videos and
Aw,
staying
thanks, Tammy.
through. Yeah, she is a big fan of ours and a good friend, very good friend. And to all of the rest of you all, thank you. A big shout out to you too for watching our videos. You guys are amazing, and we value everyone, subscribers, non subscribers, whoever is watching our videos. We really thank you guys for taking the time to do that.
Yeah,
That means a lot to us.
I agree.
Yeah. And Happy New Year again.
Yep, Happy New Year. Let us know what your resolutions were in the comments.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to hear what you think. Um,
Or reply, just ask
yeah,
us whatever questions you want. Or just tell us what you thought about this video.
yeah, let us know. If you'd like us to do another live video so that we can all interact together, just let us
Yeah,
know. We
that'd be
can do
great.
it.
Let us know. Yeah. I'm
And
repeating everything you say, honey.
she's like she's like the henchman in the cartoons. It's like, yeah, boss. Yeah, you want to immortalize him. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You're hilarious. Oh.
um, but yeah, just let us know, and we will be back next week to continue the saga of
Yep.
Mother.
Yeah.
Um, I didn't imagine that it could get worse, but it does.
Oh, yeah, it does.
But yeah. So I appreciate you like talking about it today. I know it's not easy to talk about, but
Just thought it needed to get out there so that people that are going through this or did go through this are not alone
yeah.
or don't feel alone. Yeah.
All right. Well, we will end our video here, I think, guys. And we'll be back next week with another video. So, just if you enjoyed this video, take a moment
Like,
to like, comment, and subscribe. And we'll have fresh content every week. So, yeah, and Mom sometimes does her little shorts that you guys
I may do
enjoy.
some shorts on some jewelry, guys.
Yeah, she plants, jewelry, jade artifacts. She's a woman of many different
Talents
and hobbies. Yeah.
or collections, I guess.
Oh yeah, she is definitely a collector of sorts.
Like a
tasers.
brother.
I remember. Yeah, she went through a period where she collected tasers.
Oh gosh. And I tased myself by accident, daggone it.
Yeah, and then you tased. I mean, she was on a roll. Like she was tasing the heck out of everybody. Like,
Oh Lord. He did give me permission to do that though.
yeah, he's a psychopath.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness.
but but anyway, we'll share shenanigans as we go along.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, guys, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Bye. Hey everybody, it's Sandra.
Hey everybody, it's Maria.
Welcome back to our channel, or welcome to our channel if this is your first time.
Awesome. Yeah, if it is, that it's good to have you. And for those of you who are just watching, still watching our videos, that's awesome.
Yeah. We didn't think we'd get this far.
Yeah. We did lose 2 subscribers. Daggone it.
Oh, it's okay. We'll get
Yeah, it's
more.
all right. Yeah.
But
So I guess we're going to pick up where we left off, and I don't really remember, but how about I just start off? Was anybody out there, like, if y'all had any questions at all, it's okay to ask, you know, we don't mind answering. So,
yeah, actually, like asking questions might, because there's a lot of things that we've probably forgotten.
yeah, there's
So if you ask questions, it might like bring a certain thing to light, or
right. And we
sometimes.
would encourage you to do that also.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Actually, do you want me to see where? Maybe I should have looked at where our video ended last time before I started this one.
um, yeah, maybe,
Let
honey.
me see. Let me pause this
I
real
can tell
quick.
you how much I watched it. I watched it, but I just don't remember where it is, where we were at, sweetie.
We were talking about how she treated him, her own son, differently, and the difference between Papa and her, like their parenting, how much different it was.
Yeah, yeah. Well, let's see. I really, man, I
But what
guess what
happened?
I'll probably do is just go. Um,
There were a few things you wanted to add. I remember to the like you wanted to talk about the ocean incident that happened.
yeah, that's what I was going to go to, but I didn't know how to start from. I'll just go ahead and. That's another example of my so-called mother's parenting skills, but we had actually moved. I think I was about 7 years old. Now I'm jumping back a little bit. I still didn't know I was adopted when this happened, but we were at Long Beach in the Philippines, and I think that's the name it was called. It wasn't. It was no. It wasn't a resort, and it was just a beach, where all of the locals went, And matter of fact, I didn't see a whole lot of Americans. I mean, that's weird because we weren't the only Americans on Clark Air Force Base, but I think we were the only ones there. And it's odd. After I thought about it, I think we were. That just wasn't a time for everybody else at the moment. And we just decided to go or something. Well, anyway, um, we went and she was at my so-called mother was adopted mother, I guess, was sunbathing. I don't know what my brother was doing. And I don't know where my dad was, but everybody was just kind of scattered, And but she was out sunbathing, and I was with her. So I had my little inflatable float, and I'll say little because it was one of those really thin, cheap ones. The when it's got all the little ridges there. You get it at the dollar, like at the dollar store. They actually had something similar to that back then, and but it wasn't meant to venture out as far as I did either. It was good for the right at the beach, But I remember being on that, and she was out sunbathing. She didn't even watch me. I think she had the hat over her face, and I got on that boat, and I just started kind of, kicking around just gently and kind of bobbing in the waves. And mind you, I didn't know how to swim yet. I don't know why, but I was dumb. I was dumb. I wasn't even afraid at that moment of the ocean.
Well, that wasn't your fault. You should have been parented by her, like
I know,
your
yeah.
kid.
But I didn't have that fear. Like, you remember how scared you were of it?
Oh yeah.
Even when you were a kid. I have no idea why. I guess my fear didn't start till later. To be honest, I think I don't know. I don't think I was ever really scared of the water anyway, like most people that didn't know how to swim. But I got on that and I just kind of bobbed around a little bit and laid on my belly. Yeah, I was actually on my belly because I keep thinking for some reason I was on my back, but maybe it was my stomach. And it was just so relaxing that day. The waves were just so calm, and everything was just, you look like you're going to sleep.
Oh, I'm not. That's my resting face. I'm sorry.
Is it that boring?
No, I'm sorry. I feel really bad.
Oh, honey. Oh, God, it's okay. If I'm putting my own daughter to sleep, I'm going to put everybody else.
I'm listening. I swear, it's just I get into it and I forget what my face looks like.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going on.
That's resting. That's my resting bitch face.
Oh, well, usually that's your pre going to sleep face.
Sleepy face, I guess.
Yeah. I'm your mother. I know these things.
I'm really not going to sleep, I promise.
Okay, but anyway. If almost drowning to you, Pecker, is boring, then I'll just move on.
No, that would be my worst nightmare. Like, falling asleep. Well, I'm not going to tell them what happened because you haven't said it yet, but.
Oh, yeah.
That would be my worst nightmare.
I don't know that I really. Okay, well, anyway, I got to bobbing around, and you know what happens on a sleepy ocean when you hear those waves and it's all calm and just a little bit of laughter and the sound of voices squealing from kids. You know what happens? You go to sleep.
Yeah,
that's what I did. I took a nap on that little float, and next thing I know, I wake up and I am not hearing anybody. I am not seeing anything. I don't hear any birds or any people. I don't even hear my own mother hollering for me. So when I finally sit up a little bit, raise myself up, I almost forgot I was in the water. And I had to turn around the other way to get sight. So I still had my back to the beach. And when you're so far out in the ocean, there's a curve like this. Just a little. When you get so far out, you're actually seeing a curve and you're looking over the ocean to see the beach. That's how far out I was.
Yeah, that would be my worst that'd be my worst nightmare. Like,
mind you, yeah, I was 7 years old at the time. I was only about 7 years old. So I thought to myself, thank God it wasn't during later that day. I didn't know about these tides and stuff when I was a kid.
yeah.
So I didn't really panic and realize until years later how bad that could have went. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, anything that I thought was really bad or curious, or I wasn't allowed to tell my dad, so he never knew that. Stop that! Don't chew on that, you little bugger. But yeah, I didn't realize till I really thought about it how dangerous. There were no sharks. Everything was just dead silent. The water was almost just flat, you know. And when I finally had located the beach, I was actually looking over the water to see it. So that's how far out I was. And at that time, I did not hear anything. And I could not, all I could see was the sand. Don't even think I saw people on it, really. And so I started, you know, very calmly, just kicking I'm like, God, I could have slipped off of that float so easily.
Yeah.
And I didn't, but I didn't think about any of that. I just pedaled my way back towards the beach. And it must have been early enough in the day that, because it wasn't something that I had to worry. I was getting closer. I could see myself getting closer. I guess the tide was not, it's just where I floated out.
Well, I think God was with you that day.
Yes, he was. Definitely was. Because I didn't have the fear, and like I should have, really. And I didn't panic, which would have caused me to probably fall off of that float, you know? And there were no sharks. There was nothing around. There were no, what do you call those? Jellyfish? I didn't encounter them. So I just mainly pedaled back towards the ocean, and it took me a while. But as I was getting closer, the sound of voices very, very far off were coming back. The waves were getting louder. They were getting bigger. So I knew that I was, but it was still far out. Yeah. I mean, I'd say I was probably in maybe 100 feet of water, probably. You know, it was out there. And surprisingly, I finally made it back. It took me quite a while, but I wasn't really tired, you know. And I don't know what caused me to wake. After I think about it, I really don't know what caused me to wake up. because I was so relaxed and everything was so quiet.
Maybe that was
That
it. Like your subconscious realized that something was not right.
poor God was just with me,
Or yeah,
you
yeah.
know. But I, I knew I was far out. I knew I was. I mean, having to reach out over the ocean, looking over, when it starts to roll and you're having to look up to see the beach, you're pretty far out.
Yeah.
And that's what it looked like. It was almost like a panoramic view, really. That's how there was nothing on three sides of me but that beach over there. So, it took me a while to pedal back, but everything was getting noisy again, was getting more active again. And I had finally let the waves just carry me in when I got close enough, which that was still, when you're still to the point where you're just touching the waves, that's pretty far out,
Yeah.
But everybody was back. The birds were making noise again. And I just don't know how in the world I must have been asleep for a good while. And I was at the point where if I had it had been another few minutes, I wouldn't have been lucky enough to spot the beach.
That's scary.
I would have floated off somewhere and then probably fallen off. I had nothing on my body, and I had no swimming skills whatsoever. So that float was the only thing between me and that water. And there were no fish, there were no sharks. So I was extremely lucky that day. But when I got back to the beach, I ran up to my mother, who still had the hat. It was a straw, one of those little flimsy. She just had it covered like right here on her forehead. And I walked up to her and I said, "I just came back from the ocean, Mom. The water, I think is how I said it." And she said, "Well, good. It's about time for us to leave." And I said, "I was way out there." And she said, "Well, then you're lucky." She didn't even take the hat off, And you know, I was concerned, actually. As a kid, I was just thinking at that moment, I was just thinking, no, but nobody else was out there with me. But then it just passed, it just kind of, it wasn't a big deal until years later when I really thought about how scary it was.
Yeah.
But she didn't bring it up. I didn't tell Dad. So, we had a day of it. Let's put it this way: I never fell asleep there. I learned my lesson. And I knew not to get on there. And if I felt myself getting tired, which I never did after that, but if I had learned not to let myself get that relaxed.
Yeah.
That was just a really scary experience, but not till years later when I really thought about it, how stupid that was. But it wasn't I didn't do it on purpose, And but yeah, that was just an example of how she.
Again, you were a kid. She should have been watching you. Like,
yeah, that's what I was fixing to say. That was an example of her parenting skills. She had none. She just didn't care.
Yeah.
And there were. Now that I think about it, makes me wonder if She had almost wished I had, maybe she knew I was out there, you know?
Yeah.
And with the way she was with me, but then it could have been just her truly relaxing. She probably was. But I don't think I could have relaxed that long without checking on my kid, you know?
Yeah, especially if you
It,
didn't hear him around,
I
like
know. It, that might have taken 20 minutes to get out there. I don't know. It might have not been that long. But if you were out there, I would make sure that you didn't float off.
I'd never
You
get
know?
the thing. I would never ever. Remember, Dad had to drag me to get ankle deep in that one time we went to the beach. That was as
I
far as
know.
I'd go. I told him if he tried to drag me any further, I would scream.
Yes, I know. I know.
Like I am not getting in that water. Don't you dare.
Uh, I know. I do remember that. And every one of y'all were scared, but
James
you,
and Daniel, they were fine. They were
well, that's
having
what I was getting ready to say. You were the one that showed it the most. They were had a normal. You were terrified, and I didn't understand why, but it was just probably your nature, because it was a vast, you know.
yeah. Yeah, anything if I don't I don't care like if it's a bathtub of water, if I cannot see what is in the bottom of that tub, I'm not getting in there.
Exactly.
And the fact that ocean is so deep and so vast, and there's just all kinds of things in there.
I
I ain't
know.
getting there.
It's a wonder I made it back. I have no idea how the heck I made it back. Like
That
I
was
said,
yeah,
that had to have been divine,
yeah.
seriously, because I did not have that fear. I didn't, I just looked around and I was like just stretching my neck. Just one wrong move, you think about it, I could have slid right off of that thing. And there is no pulling yourself up on a flimsy float.
No.
The water, it's just so fluid. It would flip upside down. There's no way I would have got back on it. So I'm just saying that was a divine moment.
Yeah.
I was meant to be here to make everybody miserable. That's what my purpose is.
Well, and you fulfilled it. No, I'm just playing.
I still have years left to go.
Oh boy. No, I'm just
Wow, I'm just going to have to beat you up, aren't I?
not on
I
camera.
don't
There's
know.
witnesses.
After you pushing that car and that gravel with it in park, I don't guess I have too much of a chance. When you were only 16 years old.
Well, Dad
Yeah.
kept saying it was like I think it was broken down or something, and he kept saying he needed that spot. He needed that spot, and I was just like, I'm just gonna. I don't know. It was like in my head, I was like, I'm just gonna move this car. I'm just gonna move it.
Yeah, even your dad was looking at you shocked when you did that. I was looking at you shocked when you did that. I was like, what in the heck is happening here? Do I have a Supergirl or something? Your father was like, whoa, what how are you doing this? It was on gravel. You tried to say, well, it's on gravel.
Yeah, that helped.
Well, it didn't, it wasn't just inching. You were pushing the thing, okay?
It was
It
just
was
a
a
little
car
Honda. It
in
was like a
park.
little Honda Civic. It was Daniel's or Dad blurred it.
No, it was not. It was one of somebody else's cars, and it was big.
Oh, what? I thought it was one of those little 4-door sedan type cars.
No, it was a big enough. It was big enough. Because if your dad didn't think he could push it, and I didn't think I could push it, and you're pushing it, it was big enough. It's funny that your husband doesn't believe you.
I know. I tried to tell him. He
It's
looked
funny
everything.
because I brought it up. And remember, and you said, yeah, Barlow doesn't believe it. But this got brought up. I just said his name.
Oh, I don't think he'll care.
Oh
I'll
my
ask
God.
him.
Okay. Yeah. Just boop out if he does. But it's funny because we weren't even trying to convince your husband. We were just talking about it. And then that's when your husband said, yeah, I don't believe it. And I was like, I was there. I watched it. And so did Roy. It happened.
Yeah.
We weren't even thinking about him believing it or not. We were just talking about it. And that's how I found out that you kept trying to get him to. That was so funny.
I know. Every time I brought it up, he'd be like, "Okay."
Yeah.
Like, what? All right. Well, my whole family was there and they saw it, so I think y'all hallucinated the same thing.
I mean, it is funny because you were 16 years old at the time. You were just still a kid.
I was husky.
No, you weren't that husky. That's what I don't know. You were just Supergirl or something. But back onto my crappy mother.
Oh, yeah, we got kind of sidetracked there.
No, I'm just joking, guys. This is actually more fun. But I was just, I don't make a very good smart aleck. Maybe I do. That's the problem. I don't know.
Oh,
I,
okay. Okay. You're not a good smart out? Okay. Okay. No, I'm just playing. That's not
I
what
do
I would
make a
call
good
you,
one.
but whatever.
Oh, I know. There's all kinds of names in there that even made up ones. But no, that was so funny. How did that come up? How did all that come up? I don't know.
I don't know. I think are you okay continuing to talk? It seems like maybe it was a detour you needed because it was kind of like,
No, I think we were talking about the water,
oh
and
yeah,
we were
yeah.
talking about how terrified you were. But then look at what you did, and you know, and it
Yeah,
came out there. But yeah, no, it
I think you were
uh,
probably relieved that you could just see land still somewhere.
I was, but I wasn't like I said, I wasn't really scared. I was just
Oh my
trucking my
god.
way back, you know. I really feel that that was a divine moment because most kids waking up in a bed of water with no beach in sight
Oh yeah.
probably would have started screaming, and I actually did. It just came back that one part. I did. Okay. That's a little. I did ask for help.
Well, but then you got it, it seems like.
Well,
Probably not the
I
way that
don't
you
remember.
wanted.
Yeah, I hollered, but I don't remember what I said. I'm sure I probably said help or somebody help me. I really did not remember that part. But it wasn't like a terrified. I really don't remember being scared of that water, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's how I found out how far out I really was among looking over and seeing the beach, but knowing if I couldn't hear anybody over there, they couldn't hear me,
Yeah.
you know? So that's when I trucked back. I just pedaled right back over there. But yeah, I did holler for help and nobody helped me, including her. But okay. back onto it.
That's not the first time you almost got, or I, the time that you're talking about when we all went to the beach together. You almost got swept out then too, because you were. I remember just seeing you out there playing in the waves, and you just kept getting farther out and farther out. And I told Dad, I was like, maybe you should go save Mom. Like she's,
I wasn't playing. I think I was thrashing in the waves.
you were. I just saw you like bobbing further out. I was like, maybe you should go save her.
It was a tide, actually, and I was going further.
God, you just need to stay out of the water. What are you doing?
Well, our in laws were there and they were looking right at me while I was moving further out, and they were saying, "Well, she's drowning." And I couldn't say anything because the water kept smacking me in the face and going down into my lungs. Remember? No,
Oh
you didn't.
God,
You weren't there, but you weren't there, like there.
in the
But
water now. I was on the shore. I was safe on the shore.
the funny thing is, I wasn't scared then either. I thought,
You're
if I get
crazy.
sucked out in this ocean, I'll just float. I'm a floater.
She is. You're crazy. Crazy as heck.
And the next thing I know, there's a hand grabbing me by my shoulder or my arm or something, pulling me right back. And there I went, all that water going over my face. And here I'm getting closer to the beach. But everybody that was there just stood there and watched.
Well, I told Dad
That
to go
includes
get
my
you.
in-laws.
I wasn't gonna be any help out there.
Oh, I know, honey. I did not want you out there, obviously. But yeah, that was probably not a good time to go out in the water during the. It was getting dark. Remember, we had got there late, and
Yeah,
we just
it
kind
was
of wanted
closer to the
the
afternoon or the late
later
afternoon.
evening. I think it was like 4 or 5 o'clock,
Yeah.
something like that.
God.
Oh my gosh, all those close moments. And I still love the water.
I
The
still
water.
love the water.
The water. I don't know how to do it. 4 hours later. But
Somehow now we're on to SpongeBob. Okay.
oh God.
Now
Oh,
that made me. You told me something else earlier that you wanted to talk about that you hadn't even told me before yet, and it was like, um, what was it?
the swimming pool. Or what else?
It might have been the swimming pool. No, it was about the mountainsides.
Baguio and
Yeah.
Subic Bay. Yes. Oh my God. Okay. Well, here's where my fear of heights came from. First, you get on a really broke, rusty, narrow bus with tires that look smooth, no tread, and a big fat bus driver. Hey, guys, I'm not putting down fat people, but when you're a kid and the guy looks like he's going to have a heart attack anyway, that was what was going through my mind. He was unhealthy, sweaty, and he could have had a heart attack on that mountain, okay? Oh, and when we were going to Baguio, I don't know what it was, but my adoptive mother made me sit right at the window. And I was the only one crying here. I was the only one crying. Okay. Everybody else, okay, listen, they were the locals. So they were used to this bus, apparently. It was not me, though. I was not used to this bus. And it sounded like it was going to break, stop running. The motor was so rough. in that bus, and it was so rusted. And we were on that bus. Listen, when you're a kid and you're looking out the window and you cannot see the road, you are looking straight down, about 100 feet down. And that's how close to the edge of that mountain we were. It was a single, I wouldn't even call it a road. It was just a cutout in the mountain. And you were taking a risk because they didn't have they might have had them. I don't know how they communicated, but if there was another vehicle coming down, somebody was going to have to back up or back down.
They had to back up the whole way down the mountain. Ooh.
Well,
let me see. Let me hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I can pull up a picture of this road for them to see.
Okay. Oh gosh, I hope you can. It would be Baguio. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to show that. It maybe that road's improved now since then, but try to bring it up. It was all gravel and mud, or dry dirt, I should say. It was not raining that day, but I'm telling you, it was a very scary experience, and I know that's where my fear of heights came from. And every time I tried to get away from the window, she would make me sit back there. And I think it was just the joy of the fear that she saw in that. She just loved to see me scared, period. You know?
Okay. It's called the Halsema Highway.
Is it bringing up? What does it look like? Does it look as scary as one I said? Does it look bad? If it's got a name, it probably
scary. It says it's a national secondary highway situated within the Cordillera Central Range in northern Luzon, stretches from the city limit of Baguio to the municipality of Bontoc, and its highest point is 7,400 feet above sea level. And let's see.
I just know that when I looked out the window, I didn't even see a road.
There's also one called Kennan Road.
Whichever the narrowest one it was is probably the one we were on.
Okay. It's probably this one. This one sounds more like.
What's it called? God, I want to see it.
It's called It was originally called Benguet Road, but it was later changed to
Narrow Wet Road.
And it's also called Rosario Baguio Road.
Was that on the mountain, the outside?
Let's see.
Now we hit Subic Bay. That wasn't at the top of the mountain, I don't think. I think Baguio was above Subic Bay.
It definitely looks scary. It's showing like construction of the road and stuff up the mountain.
I remember my experience being scary all the way up.
Okay, maybe this isn't. I'm sure there's all kinds of roads like that. Probably.
No, there was only one way in Baguio back then.
Oh, okay.
Or we wouldn't have taken that road. I just don't know.
Well, they can look for it now that they know, where it was and stuff. But,
if there's anybody out there that was in the military or the Philippines, please, if you know the name of that, I was on it when I was a kid, so that was like 51 or 52 years ago, guys. I was on that road. So if you know the name of that road back then, please tell me. Because all the way up, I know we stopped at Subic Bay, and it was a military. I think it was. I guess it might have been air. I feel so stupid now. Subic Bay was
Oh, no,
an
that's
Air
not.
Force military, wasn't it? I don't.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know
I
anything
can't
about that.
remember. Yeah, I should know because I was, but I only spent 5.5 years of my life in the military. So I'm lucky to remember this much, to be honest. Yeah, basically, well, I guess about 6 years. And that was all when I was a kid. My dad was out of it by the time I was 11 years old.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm lucky to remember. So I never really checked. We didn't have internet back then, so I didn't do a lot of learning about the Philippines. I just go by memory.
Yeah.
And I know we lived on 1409D Terrace Street, and my phone number back then was 20352. I give these numbers out because it doesn't exist anymore and nobody can call me. But that was where I lived. I remember 1409D Terra. And if anybody wants to know why I remembered that all these years, with everything that went on, that was still the happiest time, the happiest point of my life was in the Philippines as a kid. I still had friends, not many, but I still had some. I had wonderful teachers, and I had an amazing father, and I loved a lot of the maids. And I say the maids because I don't remember their names. I don't like that title, but that's what I called them when I was a kid, was by their name. But I can't, one in particular, her name was Anita. And that was the one person. And this video is all over the place. I have jumped back and forth from the road to the ocean to the car, now to the maids. I'm sorry. I'm going as I remember. So this is not going to be in order, guys. Right, Zandra? You know
I
me.
know. But it's okay. I mean,
Mhm. I
it's,
loved her.
yeah.
I loved several of them. They're actually ones that taught me how to basic crochet.
Aw.
When they weren't doing their job, when they were just resting or something, they were always immersed in me.
Yeah.
They were all good to me, all of them. But Anita, I want to say Anita or Juanita. It was probably Juanita,
Yeah.
but that was the one that I wanted to come back, and she wanted to come. She was younger, like in her 20s, like 26 or something. I remember her being very young, and she had wanted to come to America with us. And I loved her so much. I thought she was going to be with me forever.
Yeah.
And till one day I woke up and she wasn't there anymore. The very first, it took a couple of days to realize that she was gone longer than usual. I never knew their schedules. I mean, we had like 3 or 4 that
Yeah.
came and went. Some stayed with us 5 days a week, but would go home for the weekend with their families off base. And after a while, I realized I wasn't seeing her. And that's when I asked my adoptive mother where she was at. And she just said, "Oh, she won't be coming back anymore. She was fired." And I cried. It's weird that the timing was so. It wasn't the very last time I ever saw her. I was telling her I wanted to come to America. I mean, we'd talked like this for a while. But the last conversation I had with her was because we were actually, I think we were on our last year in the Philippines. So I knew that we were going to be leaving in a while. And I told her when we go back to America, I want you to come. I told her this numerous times, but our last conversation was that. And when I asked my mother, why would she do that? Why did she get fired? She was supposed to come to America with us. You know, she never would answer me. And that was a surprise because I don't think she enjoyed it. I know she enjoyed this. She took something away from me again, you know? And she wasn't something, she was a someone to me.
Yeah.
She really was like my mother, you know? And I loved her so much. And she was the one that went on walks with me, that played outside with me. She was one of the ones that was there the longest. And she was the one that would take me to the movies on the weekends. I think it was called the Baja Theater or the Bobbitt Theater.
Yeah.
But every time we went to a movie, you had to stand up to the national anthem. It was such a wonderful, grand experience. You know, it wasn't like the theaters here. It was like a grand theater. I mean, going to a movie was like special. It was like a true theater, you know. It had an upstairs and a downstairs, and I am just shaking around everywhere. Sorry, guys. But
It's okay.
you had a did I just do it again? I jumped from one thing to the next. But I was just explaining, she used to take me to the movies. And it was a great thing. It's one of my memories of her, you know, and I knew that when she got fired, I was never going to have that with her again. I was never going to see her again. I wasn't even allowed to bring her up. I wasn't allowed to say her name again. And my dad never explained it to me. So I was mad at him too. But I'm sure now that I think about it, I know that it had to do with her and with Anne. Sorry, guys, I did it again. But
there's gonna be a lot of bleeps in this video. I did it too, remember?
Oh, Lord have mercy. You mean listen at you, dummy, Maria.
Oh, you're not dumb, jeez.
I know, but I know, yeah. I just, but yeah, I just knew I wasn't, oh gosh. I just knew I wasn't going to have that with her anymore.
Yeah.
You know? And my heart was literally broken. There was another maid. Her name was Stella. And she was actually our next door neighbor's maid. And she was strict, but she was kind. But she didn't let me get away with anything. I didn't like her as much, but she was not abusive. She was never abusive. And she just had rules I had to go by, you know?
Yeah.
But I did like her. I just didn't love her like I did all of them treated me really well. But there was only one that I truly, truly got attached to. And over the years, they would change. The maids would, but that one had stayed with us the longest, and that was Juanita or Anita. I can't remember for sure. Stella was in our last year. She wasn't with us long.
Yeah.
And I still liked her and cared about her, but it wasn't, there wasn't a real attachment to her,
Yeah.
And but yeah, there wasn't any celebration when we left or anything. The teacher that I had, her name was Mrs. Hamilton. She was my fourth grade teacher. She did give me a big cookie, a big one, a big cookie with icing on it.
Nice. Sounds good.
And she gave me a big hug. I remember having to leave right in the middle of class.
Oh, what, to go to the States or?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And that really broke my heart because I was not allowed. I don't think it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to. I mean, you had to do what the Air Force said. You couldn't just stop and pull you. They couldn't have just stopped and pulled me out of school and let me adjust. I still had to go on with life. But it wasn't on a weekend when I was away from everybody that I had, it wasn't easy because I had to say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
And we went back. I think we stayed in a hotel room for about a week on base. Oh God, I loved it. It was one of the nicer ones, but it was not traditional. It didn't look like any of the hotels over here. The beds were separate, like really, they were different, but I don't know how to explain it. Each person had their own bed,
Yeah.
and it was up against the wall. It was a nice hotel room, very nice. And we were there for about a week before we were boarding a plane. And I don't know why I had to get out of school, but oh, yes, I do, because other people were moving into our house.
Hey.
That's why. Yeah, the same thing we did to the family before, we had to have done to us then. But yeah, I remember it being I felt close. That was the only real time I really felt close to my family. Maybe it's because we weren't going to school. We weren't doing our own thing. We were huddled in that hotel room.
Yeah.
And I had a connection. I did. I don't know that it was that way with anybody else. It wasn't my brother didn't feel different, but I did. I felt different. And I just remember that experience because I felt closer to all of my family because we were all in that room. It was a really nice hotel room, but it was one room, And before we were boarding that plane, a 747, I think it was. It was the biggest plane in production at the time. But yeah. And before you know it, we were headed for the States in a plane, a big plane, very big plane, high off the ground.
Oh yeah, I remember. Flying's not fun either.
You weren't on those big plane, honey. That was like kiddie steps compared to the one. Ours, the stairs unfolded like 3 times before. That's
Lord.
how. Yeah, it was a tall plane. It was a big plane. The wheels were big. I mean, I think we could have huddled in a wheel and nobody would have noticed.
Oh my gosh.
It was a big plane, yeah. And if I'm wrong, that's just my memory. I could be wrong, but I remember this. Look up 747, honey. See how big that wheel was. It might have been a 767 if one existed at the time. What do they call that? A bus? A plane bus or something like that? That's what we were on. A bus?
A plane bus. Let me look.
Oh my God, that sounds. I don't think it was called a plane bus. It was something big.
Airbus.
That's what it was. I think it was an Airbus.
Yeah, let's see. They look. Oh yeah, they look. They look really big.
Look at your face.
They do.
Are they big?
Yeah.
That might be what that was. I just remember
It
it
looks like there's
being.
3 floors on it or something.
Yeah, yeah. And when you had to look down, that was scary.
Yeah. Dang.
It's called an Airbus.
Yeah.
That might be what it was. If I'm wrong and they didn't use that back then, let me know. Because as a kid, my everything looked bigger to a kid than it does an adult. But I'm pretty sure it was either I think it wasn't a 747 called an Airbus. Probably. I don't know. It might have been. I don't know. But it was one of the biggest production planes that was in production at the time. So if anybody knows that too, let me know. Oh, and if you know what mountainous road that was going into Subic and Baguio, let me know. Because it was
called an airliner.
A what? Airliner.
An airliner.
Oh, airliner. Was that a company name?
That's the 747. It was a wide body airliner.
Is it high off the ground?
It doesn't really show it. Oh, well, not really.
That's probably not it.
Though.
That's probably, I think that's what it. I just remember being really high up off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember because they had like a big, huge vehicle that pulled up to load the steps, I think. Oh, God, I could be wrong. I could be so wrong.
The steps they drive those stairs around.
That's probably what they did. But they just kept unfolding and kept on going. And yeah, it just was pretty high off. I'm not going to say 100 feet off the ground, but that's what it looked like. By the time you were looking down, I'm sure it wasn't any more than 30, maybe 40 feet off the ground.
I don't
know. That's still high enough, though. I mean, daggone.
Yeah.
It might not have even been that. It just looked really far down. Oh, but yeah. So listen, honey, I think that we will start my story now that we're heading to America. We'll do that one in the next video.
Okay. That's a good idea. Yeah, we've it's right at 4, so 4:07, so we've been recording for a while, so.
Yeah, probably this one's probably I liked this one. I liked this video.
I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah. No crying and just a lot of memories just popped back in and out.
Good.
Mm.
Oh,
And
well,
your hair looks so pretty there, honey.
thanks. It's cold in here.
God.
So
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart.
oh, it's
Why did
okay.
you do this in your bedroom?
I don't know.
Are
I
you
forgot I
like,
was on a
why did
laptop.
you bring that up, Mother? Why? Why did you bring my bedroom up? What was it all about? Hang on a minute. Why did you bring this up, Mother? Why did you do it?
I don't look that crazy, do I?
No, honey. I do.
No, you don't.
Oh, Lord. I did have fun doing this video, though.
Yeah, me too. So,
We had a lot of jumps back and I am sorry, honey, about the jumping back and forth, but I just went as the memories came. That's
yeah, that's fine. I mean,
it's hard to do it chronologically because I left a lot of stuff out the last time I tried that. You know,
yeah, yeah, it is hard to go in order if you can't, so that's the
you
best
don't have
way,
a
I think, about it.
photographic memory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
Oh, oh gosh. I do have them. Oh, I'm sorry. We are dedicating, I got to tell you guys this, dedicating a couple of videos, maybe more, to my father. We're both going to talk
yeah.
about this.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's not just going to be my side. You're going into this one too. We're going to talk about our memories about your papa and my dad. And there are so many things, beautiful things in there. Oh, I can't wait till the butterfly story comes up. It's
Yeah.
going to be so cute. Okay. Oh, I love you, Dad, and I miss you.
Yeah, I miss him too.
I know.
He was like a hardened Snow White figure.
We'll talk about. I know that's one to come up with, guys. That's one to look forward to because it's going to be so cute. Here's a tough ex-military man, and we're not even going to go into that. Just think of a tough ex-military man with a frown on his face, and the rest of the story. So, Paul Harvey said, what was it he said at the end of it?
Oh, and now
You're
you know the rest of, or
Yeah,
no.
that's what it was. I'm so okay. You're not going to know the rest of it till later. So that's mine. That's my little take. I
Oh
can't
gosh.
wait till we talk about my dad.
I can't either, guys. It's gonna be it's gonna be nice. A change of pace from what we've been talking about, kinda.
I will bring up, I want to bring up my bullies and my childhood though. And I'm going to take accountability for some of it too, but we'll talk about all that later.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna end the video here for now,
Hmm.
guys. Thanks for tuning in. We got a lot of new information. I learned things today I didn't know about. So, yeah, if you have, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. And if you have any comments or questions, let us know in the comments, and we'll respond as quickly as we can.
We don't mind to answer any questions at all.
Oh
One
no.
of them might be, why'd you jump back and forth? And I'll be like, I don't know. I might not be able to answer that one.
I'll be like, I don't know.
I'd be like, I don't
She's in the silly zone right now.
I know, and I don't know why. Oh gosh,
It's
that's
funny.
one of my manic moments, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
think it is actually.
But hey, there's nothing wrong with having the good. It's the come down that's the worst from
Yeah, it
those.
is, and I'll be paying for this later. So now I'm not looking
Oh
forward to
God.
that. Now,
What?
now there's a depressing thought.
She was like, "Oh, it's okay. I'll
What are you gonna do now? You just gonna
I'll call you and make your make you laugh." I don't know.
what
Let's
she
see.
means is she gonna call me and babysit me for a while.
No. But you do that to me too sometimes.
God. That's a mother. That's what I'm supposed to do though. Not the other way around.
Oh,
I think
jeez.
that's what it is, guys. I am having a manic moment. I'm sorry, really. I'm sorry, Xander, honey. I
Why?
know I'm going to, well, because this is really going to not pay off later. I'm going
Well,
to
it
be
doesn't
hitting that.
always, the come downs aren't always that bad.
See, they are for me.
Oh, well.
No, I can control it most of the time. I'll cry every once. I might cry a little bit here and there, but I'll be okay.
Never mind. I'm not laughing at that. I just was thinking like I've been weepy all week. Like I thought
Aw,
maybe it's funny
honey.
because it's funny because I was watching I
Uh,
don't know, I was watching like Big Bang Theory or something and it was a hilarious scene and I was just sitting here like crying. I was like, why can't those two work it out? And like I don't know what is that. I don't know. I thought maybe I was like
oh,
PMSing or something. But
you poor baby.
I haven't, I don't know what's going on. And it's
Oh,
like, I'll just
God.
be standing there talking to Marlo and I have tears rolling down my eyes, but I'm not actually crying. It's just like ambiently weeping. It's weird. I don't know.
Oh, honey. Now you're making me worry. We're going to have to talk about this when this video ends, which should have ended about 10 minutes ago, but
Oh,
we
yeah.
kept going.
We've been going on and on. Okay, guys. I'm for real going to end it right here now. Okay.
Sandra, are you going to call me afterward?
Yeah, I'm going to call you.
Actually, I'm going to stay on here. You're just going to end the video.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Duh. All
Guys, we
right,
love
guys.
you all. Did we thank the subscribers? Thank you, guys,
Yeah, we do.
for
We love you
sticking with us.
guys. And
Yeah.
thanks for putting up with our
And for those
shenanigans.
other, wait a minute. I got to interrupt. For the other two that dropped us, daggone it, shame on you. Shame.
Yeah, you're losing out, not us. So,
Sandra, that looks so serious. We're just joking,
I'm
guys,
just
but join
kidding.
us again if you want to.
Yeah,
The door's open
we'll take
and
you back.
we'll take you back. Yes.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Love you guys.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, you
It's
guys.
Sandra.
Whoever all you subscribers, you new subscribers, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
Oh yeah, don't think we didn't notice. We saw so thanks for subscribing to our channel.
A big shout out to y'all. Really, I'm really happy.
It was only like by the second day that our video was up, we had that number.
Yeah, we
That
have
was
like 8 subscribers,
yeah.
maybe more by now. But you know what? I'm looking forward to the day when we get 100 subscribers. That's gonna be like a dream come true.
I'm sorry. And if you'll notice, we have a different format this time.
Shh,
Where
stop it, Lindsay.
you see us equally, which I gotta admit I kind of liked it better when I was like hiding in the corner and it was you.
I got some dogs that are growling in the background. Sorry about that, sweetheart. Stop it.
I can hear them. They sound like munchkins.
It sounds like I'm passing gas.
Well,
Stop.
Now that I heard that, I can't unhear it, so that's your fault.
Wow. Yeah, I'm just gonna. They're getting ready to be a little. Honey, stop, Lassie.
Here, I'm gonna.
It's
You want me to
okay,
like pause it?
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, um, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, for just a quick update about the BiPAP machine, because like I made the video where I showed everybody the machine and then told them I would update them on how it was using it, and
Yeah.
I haven't been able to. So,
Well, let's talk a little bit about that.
well, I just, I've been trying to like where I said I was trying to use it in the daytime to get used to it at night, and I just can't. I can't get used to it. I mean, it's not bad wearing it during the daytime, but I don't know. So I'm just trying to
Well,
lose weight instead.
it's just gonna take a while, honey. I even hate you have to use it, but you got to do what you got to do. You got to be able to breathe.
Yeah, that's stupid. Pesky air.
We all have to have it, don't we?
Yeah, makes me wish I was a fish or something.
Then you'd be in an oil spill or something like that.
What?
Knowing your
Damn you,
luck.
BP.
I don't think I have CPAPs for fish in the water,
Hey,
water
they
full
don't
of
need it.
oil.
They don't sleep, do they? Do fish sleep?
Yeah, yeah, I think they do. They got to sleep sometime, don't they?
I don't. Here, I'm gonna look it up. Let me look it up. We're gonna answer this right now.
We're
My
gonna.
phone is dead. Ah, okay. Hold on a
And
second.
I'm afraid to look it up because I'm not very tech savvy.
Well, I'm afraid to. I don't want to let here. It's gonna show my screen, but that's okay. We'll get off there. We're gonna look at it. We're gonna solve it. Do fish sleep? Bing says yes. Okay, fish sleep just
Oh,
like
1 point
almost
for me.
every other animal. Yeah, it says okay, but they don't like they don't get into beds and stuff and like toss and turn and
Tuck
everything.
each other in and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
they sleep in
Yeah, they
coral.
gotta find a hiding space so they don't get ate while they're sleeping.
Yeah, that would suck. I mean, now I'm glad I'm not a fish. Just
In some parts
imagine.
of the world, you gotta do that too.
Oh God.
That's another video though.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
we're not laughing because of that. It's just I said a crazy. We're veering so totally off course, aren't we, honey?
yeah. What's happening? Okay?
It's
Let
us. That's what's
focus.
happening.
I took my medicine today, so.
Yeah, and I didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, there's the problem. There it is. I'm
Oh
just
God.
kidding. Yeah.
We're so quiet. You know,
We never talked about what today's video was gonna. We tried to talk about what today's video is gonna be, and we kept getting sidetracked, like right now. So
like the dogs and fish, and then the oil spills.
yeah, where were we going?
Well, what would you like? Do you want to talk about the like?
What's on your mind right now? Like of well, okay,
Well,
that's a scary place to go.
I don't have a mind right now. It's all blank. Uh, I thought we would talk about you and your, the things that you went through as a child. You went through a
Okay.
lot,
Well,
like
yeah.
things that happened in school, and things that you went, where you were actually brainwashed at one point. Do you remember that?
Oh, by so yeah, by his mother.
Um, he was your boyfriend briefly, but a lot happened with, um,
We were together for 3 years, but yeah, a lot did. He was very
was
he
it three
wasn't.
years?
Yeah.
Gosh, maybe I threw out some of my memory on that, but yeah, you. I hope we're talking about the same guy because I mean, you weren't with very many, but there's one in particular. When we were moving into this house, do you remember? I think we were,
Oh, him. Okay.
and you had to go to the alternative school
Okay, that
because
I
of
was like 6. We dated for like 6 months
16.
or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, that good.
Yeah, him.
What's this
Okay.
other guy you were talking about for 3 years?
You
Where
know
did I
who?
miss
I
that
lived with
one?
him. I lived with him at his mom's
Oh,
house.
God. Yeah. Yeah, we might talk about that one later.
Yeah, I forgot we're
Yeah,
talking about the childhood part right now, which
you went through so much. It's hard to keep up, really.
a lot of the trauma I feel like came from being mentally ill and not capable of uh handling it. I think about it a lot. Like why was I completely different as a kid than I am now?
Yeah, you were so normal. Um, except for that time when you tried to smother your brother, but you were only 3.5 then, and it
Yeah,
was with a pillow. And
but he's
but I
like my
found out.
he's my favorite brother now.
I found out that's actually quite normal.
Oh, it
You didn't
is?
really try to kill him or anything. You were just
Okay,
trying
good.
to shut him up or something there. And
Yeah, I didn't know what murder was, mother. Make us sound like, today on the world's worst, youngest serial killers.
3.5 years old.
She was a monster.
Yeah, not even 3 feet tall.
We
But yes, we're talking about this guy that you met. You were, I
went
think,
to high school
16 at the
together.
time. Huh?
We went to high school together.
Yeah, yeah. You were 16 years old, and um, a lot happened that I didn't even know about until I found out through doctors and stuff, and some books that I found in your bedroom.
Yeah, my
But
diaries.
but you were going through a very dark time too. Did did you want to
Yeah.
talk about those times
Oh,
or
yeah.
not? Or
I am an open book.
literally, I
Yeah.
think 3 or 4 open books
Yeah.
that we found in your room.
Yeah, I was very avid
And you had a
journalist.
very bad therapist too,
Yeah, I
who
did.
didn't help matters, which we won't bring the name up or the place. But she was a terrible. She was actually encouraging some of your behavior.
Huh. Yeah,
You don't remember that?
some stuff is foggy. I don't know what I.
Yeah. Well, you were being brainwashed too. That's why I don't know. You're not going to remember some things, but I'll be able to fill in some of the blanks, I guess.
Honestly, I feel like he was kind of, I mean, a lot of it was just me being dramatic too. Like whenever you guys found out we were being intimate with each other, because he was my first, and so like you guys found out we were doing that stuff, and you didn't want us to see each other again. So in my inside, I felt like we're like Romeo and Juliet, you know.
Well, this whole time I thought he was only 17. It turned out he was like 19 or 20 and still going to school.
Oh
Remember?
wait,
Because
that
I
no, that was a
tried.
different guy. That was a different guy that we
Well,
knew.
honey,
I didn't date him.
you did date him, honey. His name began with a J, remember?
Yeah, but he wasn't 20, I don't think.
Yes, he was. Remember, we tried to press charges against him because he was dating a minor. When we found out, when he kept saying, we
Uh
thought this whole time he was 17, and it turned out he was like, you were 16, and he was like 19 or 20 years old. He had failed class as his grades a couple of times. He was actually an
oh
adult.
wait. Okay, so I think you might be talking about the other guy. That guy the guy that I lived with for a while because we started dating in high school too. And then
No, not the blonde haired fella.
I really
The,
was not with that many guys, you guys. I swear. Like it's not,
and if you notice the look on my face, it's very puzzled.
I'm puzzled too. I don't remember. I know who we're talking about, but I don't remember that part of it. I
You,
don't.
you did date him, honey, because remember he got you started on. Can I say? Well, if it's okay, we'll just take this out. If it's not,
Well, yeah,
he,
just say
he's the one that encouraged you. You started cutting when you were 12,
uh
but he actually encouraged you when you were dating him. He wanted you to do more of that, and he lived in a mobile home too. Remember down past the school?
Yeah, his mom
That
would
was the
tell
one.
you. I remember that we thought like after our first time, we thought that I might get pregnant
And I
because there
and
was
I
an
found out
accident.
that they took you to the dang.
Yeah, she told you that it was going to be his birthday and they wanted me to come hang out with him. And then we ended up going to the clinic or whatever instead.
Now, what kind of mother does that make me out to be? So I don't put the blame on you. I put a lot of it on myself
Why?
because, well, I
How would,
mean,
if she told you that
she
she,
promised that she would look after you, and she gave the impression that she was very. We went there. We actually went there to see what kind of living conditions they were in and to see if it was safe. We thought uh, spending the day with him, y'all were gonna. He had an older sister,
yeah,
and his
too.
mother was there,
Yeah.
and I thought, well, you're gonna be safe, so it's it's probably it's not, and you're not spending the night. You always came home after just a few hours.
Yeah.
And I was promised by his mother that she would look after you, that it was just a day at the house. Because remember, he came to our house
Yeah.
and we always, made, sure that everything was supposed to be the way we thought it should be.
Yeah.
I had no idea that I was just absolutely letting you into. I feel like I failed. That part I still take a lot of blame for.
Well, I was very manipulative as a child, though. As a kid, I was too. I used to. I don't know if I was like. Uh, I would probably say I would kind of say I was evil to an extent as a kid because
That's where I think the brainwashing came in. I don't know. I don't think all of it was based on him. I think you were going through a lot of changes. I do know that.
I
I just
remember
had no idea
like
what
okay,
extent.
but before age 12, I felt like
Right, right. I
I don't
remember
know.
you said you woke up different.
Yeah, I remember I literally woke up after I turned 12 is where it started. And yeah, I felt completely different. I felt um like doomed or something. I don't know. It was a very existential kind of feeling, and I
And I
didn't know
never
how to.
knew. I never knew to that. I never knew. I never picked up on it. You hit it so well.
Well, I mean, I didn't know how to talk about it, and I thought that maybe it was just
A
me.
phase.
No, not necessarily. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe a phase to a certain extent, but I also just kind of thought, like, if I tell somebody this, they're probably not going to listen. Because, I mean, I didn't know how to explain it either. And I felt like if I was to talk to somebody about it, like, uh, I don't know.
Well, at the age of 12 is around the time that I got a call from the teacher and found out that you had been cutting on yourself. Remember?
Yeah, that's where it started. Yeah, it was my math teacher from middle school.
And I
She,
was so horrified, but I was angry. I was so angry. And that's when we decided to get you help.
yeah,
But I picked the wrong therapist. And by the time I realized um, what kind of that was just 1 month in. When I realized what type of therapist she was, I was based on their rules. I was not allowed to get another therapist. Do you remember that?
I
They wouldn't
remember.
let me change
Oh yeah,
therapists.
yeah. I think there's the ones that had me hospitalized because that was the first time I was hospitalized too.
Yeah, and she basically encouraged you to speak up against your father, that and she had told you that I taught you well. That was not my intention. I was trying to teach you how to stand up for yourself against other people, not
Yeah,
against us.
yeah,
And she was basically saying that I taught you well, that you did the right thing whenever you spoke against your father. I was horrified.
yeah.
And at that point, um, when I tried to change therapists, or if I ever missed an appointment, she would basically tell me she would have me put in jail or report me and have what was it, CPS or whatever, they
Yeah.
child protective, come in and start doing background checks on us just if I missed an appointment. And that scared me because I hadn't done anything wrong. I was
I know
trying to
it was
get
like
you
I
help.
was the one who was like cutting on myself and stuff, but they
You
really
didn't do
focused
anything
in on you
wrong,
guys.
hun. That's not what you did not do anything wrong, Zandra. You were going through something. But that whatever you did was not wrong. You were wanting help, I know.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
it
I
was
tried to
just
get.
it was just strange that they like really zoomed in on you guys instead of being like, let's
It
talk
was
to
like
this
an
kid.
attack.
Yeah,
She had control of you,
yeah,
and that scared me because at that point I was no longer allowed to speak up against her. And do you remember when I
yeah,
tried to talk to her and she would use the just tell me, look, if you don't like it, too bad. She's under my care and I am trying to help her. She got mad at me when I went through your room and
yeah,
actually said that I violated when a doctor, a certified psychiatrist, not even a psychologist, it was a psychiatrist, said that I needed to go through your room and look for notes, papers, diaries to find out what was really going on. And she tried to get me to force me to turn those books over to her. And that's when I told her I was not giving her anything.
yeah, yeah.
And that she said I was impeding on uh, her trying to help you.
So this is a continuation video. We had to pause in the last one. If you'll notice, we're both wearing different clothes. So it's like, we didn't just stop to go change or whatever. Um,
It's
this
been a couple
is,
of days.
yeah, it's been a couple days. My dad actually came over to look at my car. So that took a while. So that's my fault.
Yeah,
Um,
your cars are always breaking down.
I know. I don't know why. And it's always around the time that I need it most, like where I'm trying to find a job. It's like, oh, no, you don't. No, you don't.
I want you home.
Yeah. You're going to sit there and think about what you've done. I don't know. But anyway, I think the last time for you guys, it's going to look like just a second ago. But for us,
Been about 48 hours ago.
yeah. So I think the last thing that you were talking about that we covered was like the therapist that
how
was,
how scary she was.
yeah. But I'm going to tell you guys, I wasn't diagnosed with everything all at once. It came over a matter of years. But at this point, my diagnoses include major depressive disorder, which started out as manic depression. It's not called manic depression anymore. It's called bipolar disorder. So I would have, instead of manic depression being like a combination of depression and mania, they're two separate diagnoses now. So it's bipolar disorder and major depressive disorder. So I have those. I have,
Borderline personality disorder.
I was getting there. Good Lord. Yeah. Yeah,
Did I hear an echo?
I hope not. I don't know. It said my audio is being weird, so maybe.
Guys, if you all hear an echo, we're sorry.
Oh, it is an
Um,
echo.
we're using our own. I'm using my phone camera, so we don't have that fancy equipment that a lot of YouTubers do. We're gonna work on that though, so we're sorry if there's issues with the audio.
Yeah, I apologize for that. And then so yeah, borderline personality disorder. Um, actually, I have major depressive disorder with psychotic features. That's something one of my later um, doctors prescribed me with. In addition, so I have several pretty severe mental health diagnoses that were not being treated for a significant amount of time. Are you okay?
I'm
You are.
trying to let the dogs up, honey. I'm
Oh, it's
sorry.
okay. It's
Stop
like
it.
we just. But so yeah, that's where I'm at now. At the time I was 12, that we're talking about now, that's when I was diagnosed. That's when I was first diagnosed with depression. Um,
That's about the year you were when you woke up and felt different, isn't it, honey? It was
yeah,
overwhelming for you.
yeah, it was weird. I knew that something was different. Like I felt different, and it felt like I don't know how to explain it. I just knew that something was different. There's a
You
fly
felt
that
like a
just like.
stranger.
I'm sorry.
That's not, I promise, guys, she's not crazy.
I'm not.
She had
It's
it, so there was a fly or something, I'm sure.
well, the crazy part is debatable. I don't know, but that was the first year that I was hospitalized, actually, and I won't say the name of the place, um, because when I hear place names, my first reaction is to like Google it and look it up, and like it's fairly close to where we live, so I hope you guys understand, you know. Um, but that was the first year that I was hospitalized, and I was put into the children's unit, which they called Laurel. They named them all different, like tree names for some
Yeah,
reason.
Willow.
Yeah, yeah, they were all different names, and I was in the Laurel unit. It was the children's unit, and horrible. Like, I've never been to prison as a child, but I would say that that's probably as close as you can get without actually going to prison. Like, it was, I mean, the nurses in there did not care. They flat out told you that they didn't care. I had one nurse tell me, like, my first day there, that she didn't care why any of us were there, or how well we did in the program. She was just there for a paycheck. And they all had that attitude, like, they
And I
just,
didn't even know that was going on because we were not allowed to communicate with you
yeah,
for the first few
I
days.
yeah, I wasn't allowed to use the phone to call my parents. I couldn't call anybody. I was like by myself in this weird unit where there's other children that are mentally mentally ill as well. And when you're mentally ill as a child, it's hard to deal with because um you don't understand what's going on in your mind. You don't know how to communicate it to other people. And so, like, you basically are kind of dealing with it on your own for a while. And it's a they're okay. They sound
I'm
cute.
sorry, honey.
They sound cute, like little munchkins.
I
But
just sprayed him with a bottle of water.
that's what we do too. We do that with Molly. Spray her with
And
water.
for those of you that think I just abused my dogs, no, I didn't. They're just cleaner
Yeah, minus the soap. Um,
and think.
yeah, it's a bath on the go. Um, and there were other weird things, like you had to they gave you the most disgusting food to eat. You had to finish, well, I think it was fit you had to eat at least half of the food, and you couldn't go to the bathroom for 30 minutes afterward. And if you did have to go, they had to go with you and talk to you. Either had to keep the door open so they could watch you use the bathroom, or you could close the bathroom door a little bit, but you had to talk to them the whole time or sing to them so they knew you weren't throwing your food up. Um, and I remember a man being sent back with me, and he,
Oh
he
my God, honey.
yeah, it was a
I
male
didn't know
nurse.
that.
Yeah, a male nurse
Even
was,
now, I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah, it was a male nurse that was sent back with me to use the bathroom, and he intended to leave the door open, but I was like, we're not doing that. I'm not gonna use the bathroom in front of you. So he let me crack the door, um, but I had to talk to him the whole time. Anytime I was quiet, he would force me into a conversation while I was trying to use the bathroom. It was very uncomfortable. And it was just horrible. I remember there was another guy that was um, committed in there with us, and I'll never forget him. He was awesome. I mean, he wasn't violent. I mean, he did try to fight the he tried to fight the nurses off of him, but he didn't try to attack them or anything. He was um, but when you first got admitted to the unit, they made you sleep out in the lobby for the first couple days before you got a room.
I
So
hated that.
yeah, it was really
That
stupid.
was that's like a punishment. When
Yeah,
you've reached the end of the line to the point that you're desperate for professional help, and that's what they do, that's the first thing they do to you, it feels like a punishment.
yeah, that's where I first got the idea that being mentally ill was wrong,
Yeah, oh gosh,
because
honey.
they made it feel like that. And, like,
Yes.
but they had us sleep out in the lobby for the first few days, and so I was out there with, like, several other patients. And there was one night, this particular guy started singing "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." I mean, harmless. I mean, he wasn't doing anything. He was just singing, and they kept being like, shut up, go to sleep, be quiet. Everybody else is trying to sleep. And nobody else complained. It was just the nurses. Well, he kept singing
Oh my God.
and he refused. Well, they tackle him while he's laying in his gurney and hold him down and they sedate him. And then they just they wheeled him off to some other unit. I think it was kind of uh, like just to separate him from everybody, like an isolation type place for him to,
Mhm.
so he could
Bless
go
his
to
heart.
sleep. Yeah, and I mean, he didn't do anything except just not be quiet. But it was horrible. It was horrible, and like I don't know. I feel like in our area anyway. I don't know what it's like nationally. I can't speak for everybody around the world or around the country, but like in our area, it feels like that's what there because there were a lot of kids in there. I was surprised to see how many kids actually were dealing with the same kind of stuff, and to be treated like that is going to reinforce that you are it kind of sets you up for failure in the future. I feel like because if they're being like,
You put that perfectly, honey. You really did.
yeah, I mean, I feel like if as a kid and I mean, about this personally, which we'll go into later, but as a kid, when you're struggling with a mental health issue, and they make you feel like it's wrong and like you're a bad person for being like that, you know, um, that sets you up for that kind of guides your future to a certain extent because everybody's like that. There's a really big stigma around mental health, even today.
Yeah.
I
Even
remember,
today.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. And I remember when borderline personality disorder was still a new disorder, they didn't know anything about it. I remember that they told me, here's what my therapist told me about borderline. She explained it to me like she said, you basically are a chameleon. You're going to take on the personalities and mannerisms of people around you so that you can fit in. But she said it's a degenerative disease. It will get worse. It's incurable. Um,
Is this the same therapist we're talking about that forced me to keep you with her?
no, a later one.
My God, the whole mental health system is screwed up.
Uh
I
huh.
wonder if the crazy people or the ones with mental health disorders are the ones who are actually sane. It's the ones that are crazy that are running it.
Yeah, they had no idea what the diagnosis was, which is kind of what I've been reading a lot about. I just want to throw this in because it's interesting. Um, I'm not gonna again. I'm not a medical professional, so I'm not able to do any kind of diagnostics or any of that. I'm just telling you what I've read on my own, because I've been really skeptical about the more that I read about borderline. I mean, it feels like it fits, but did you know that um, women are more likely to be diagnosed with borderline rather than autism? And autism and BPD share striking similarities, so much so that people, a lot of times, that are diagnosed with BPD are actually autistic instead.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's a statistic. Um, it's a statistic, a factual. Okay, let me back up here. It's a factual statistic that men are more often diagnosed with autism than borderline. Women are more often are more likely to be diagnosed with borderline than autism, but they're often interchangeable. They're often like not interchangeable, but they're mixed up for each other a lot. Um, so it made me feel like maybe, I still kind of feel like that particular diagnosis may not be correct because they didn't really know what it was when it first came out. And I've had therapists who disagree that I have borderline. Um, of course, they're not really sure what, when I tell them how I feel and stuff. I have that fear of abandonment and just being like, my thinking is often polarized. It's either black or white. Oftentimes, there's no middle ground really. And you
I've
know,
experienced that.
yeah, I go from like
Black or white. It's one side or the other, let me tell you.
yeah, I
It's
don't,
like an extreme.
yeah, yeah, I go from one extreme to another sometimes. I'm not as bad now as I used to be. I've learned to, there were so many years that I wasn't being medicated for it that I just kind of had to learn to live with it on my own. And I'm actually kind of grateful for that because I, if I find myself without my medication or whatever, it's not an emergency. It's not like a crisis because I know how to be alone with it for a while before it becomes, overwhelming. After a certain time, that I go through like cycles where I tend to break down mentally, and it's weird. It's like a cycle. It's like a religious cycle. Like every year and a half or so will go by, and then I'll have like a mental break, and it often results in me going to the I've been to a mental hospital, what, like 5 times now,
Well,
something
I
close to that.
remember, and there's feedback coming back in, but it stopped, honey. I remember 3 times at least,
Yeah.
but now it
Okay,
could
so
be
yeah,
more.
there were 3 when I was
Oh,
a
I think it
teenager.
was about four times maybe.
Yeah,
Because you
because
had to go to Knoxville too. We won't say the name, but you had to go to Knoxville and you spent a couple of weeks over there.
yeah, and then there was the time that me and that guy broke up, and I went into the hospital. So that's at least 4 times.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
You
the time
spent
that you came and picked me up in Irwin when I was on drugs really bad. I think I went to the hospital then. So that would, yeah, it's at least 5 times.
I don't remember the one in Irwin, honey. I don't remember that.
Well, remember you came. Well, it wasn't in Irwin. It was in. I went to the one in Johnson City, but I was in Irwin when you came and got me at that hotel.
Yes. Oh, okay. When you said hotel,
Yeah,
oh my goodness. That was a scary time because you disappeared.
yeah. I didn't want any of you guys to know where I was because I was heavily into drugs, and I wanted to keep doing them. And I knew that if I went home that you guys would make me get clean, and I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to get clean. I wanted to still be high all the time. Even though I could watch it like destroying my life, it was like this is all I've got left is this high. And you know,
Which I didn't know it was that bad. I don't think I even knew that you were doing that. All I remember is you disappeared. just
Yeah.
like that. I
And
heard
then,
from you one day and I couldn't find you the next. And I was working at the time. This was, I think, 2009, 2010, something like that. And what's wrong?
I'm sorry, I was looking for my pen
Are
thing.
you, huh?
I had a little my oh I'm sorry. Keep going. I was looking for my vape thing.
I thought you were having a moment.
No, I'm sorry. I am Liz. I'm Liz.
It's okay, honey. I know that time when you mentioned the hotel, that's one time I've never forgot.
And I really am
And it was
sorry.
scary because
Yeah.
I didn't know where you were. And I drove. In my job, it required driving and trying to worry about you. I worried about you and trying to drive. It was a risky thing at the time. I can't remember. I feel like it was in 2010, but it might have been sooner. I don't know, or earlier than that. I know I had a job driving and I couldn't concentrate because I was so worried about you. Nobody was saying anything. And the people that I finally got a call from one of the people that you were staying with. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, because she
And
lied about everything.
well, at least I was grateful for her telling me where you were at.
Yeah.
I wasn't there to judge. I was there to be a mother. You know, I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to know that you were alive. We were going to deal with it. But that moment, I just wanted you to be okay.
Yeah. And I'm sorry that I put you guys
Honey,
through that.
you don't have to apologize. Listen, I wasn't a perfect mom. Your dad wasn't a perfect dad.
Well,
But
nobody's
we always,
perfect, you know.
well, we
I
always
definitely
let
wasn't a
you know
perfect
that
daughter.
that you were our daughter and we loved you and it didn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
And I was
I was
always worried
grateful.
that you thought that we wouldn't love you because you weren't perfect. And Lord knows when they hear my side, my story, they're going to be like, they're two peas in a pod.
Oh gosh.
But you're right. I liked when you brought it up earlier because I don't know if people knew how to piece that together the way you did when you said you felt like it was wrong to have to be mentally ill. It felt wrong
Yeah.
because it was like you weren't allowed to be. And in today's world, you're still not allowed to be.
Yeah, it's like especially hold on guys, I'm gonna pause this and take care of my dog. Okay, it sounds like he's shutting up now. Um yeah, especially with borderline, there's a lot of stigma against that particular mental illness because people that okay, hold on a second guys. So yeah, especially because people with borderline have um one of the symptoms is that they are manipulative, but it's not on purpose. They're trying to people with BPD will manipulate you to try to get you to stay. Um
By threatening to kill yourself.
yeah, they'll do something like that. And it's not right because it is putting a burden on the other person as well. But it's important to know that at least, again, I'm not speaking for everybody with BPD. I can't do that. I'm just saying in my own personal experience because I have been like that. Um, especially in the relationship I mentioned that, after we broke up, I was hospitalized because we had been together for 3 years. And when he decided it was over, that's when my life was over. I thought that if I can't have this guy, then there's no point even living. And it was stupid. Looking back on it, it was dumb, but it was that fear of abandonment, and then he did abandon me. And it was a self-fulfilling prophecy kind of. But yeah, it's important to know that, like, at least in my experience, and I know other people with BPD that are like this. They're not they're not being manipulative on purpose. They're not trying to make your life hard on purpose.
Right, right. That needs to be understood. It's
Yeah.
it's not the type of person that's evil and is trying to get you to do what they want. That's not that type of manipulative. The
Right.
person that is being manipulative is genuinely scared.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
to them, it's very real. It's not like the selfish kind of manipulative. It's not intentional.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they don't even realize that when they're doing it, that that's a manipulation. But at the time, it doesn't feel like that. It genuinely feels like your life is over.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly. And yeah, you're not saying in your mind, like, I'm going to manipulate this person and
or not.
make them stay. It's like in your head you're thinking, I can't let you go, and I don't want you to go. Like, I don't want you to leave. And
At the moment, they're your whole life.
oh yeah,
And
yeah,
and if they're walking out, then they're taking your life with them.
yeah.
You know,
And thank
that's what
God
it feels like.
I had a friend with me that night.
Yes.
And she didn't. I was gonna go jump off that bridge, and she, like, talked me down off of it, and sat with me and everything. And I was thankful for her, because
I am too. I am too.
and you know her, you know who she
I know
is.
her.
Yeah.
I know her. Yeah. And I was very thankful to her because she did save your life. I wasn't there because I didn't know about it at the time. I wished I had. It would have been no problem for me. No judgment. I would have just,
Oh, I know. I know. I
I
just
hated that you went through so much suffering. You were just a child. And when all this went on, you were older, but you were still like a kid. You're still my kid.
Yeah.
And I'm always going to see you as that little girl, even as an adult. But life was hard for you because you didn't know how to adjust. And you still have a hard time, but you are the least selfish person that not because you're my daughter either. You would suffer before you would get me to do something for you. And I can come up with a day's worth of examples, but we can't make the video that long. But yeah, it's the suffering. It's not. It doesn't only go to the person that has it. It extends to the people who care about those people that have it.
Yeah.
We suffer with you, but it's on a different level. We're not. We don't understand to a point, but we do a lot of emotional suffering because we don't like seeing you that way.
Yeah. And now I'll say, as a kid, um, maybe not so much when it first started, but as it got worse, it did kind of turn me into a different. By the
You were
time I
different.
was, oh yeah, by the time I was like mid-teen.
16, 15, something like that.
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. I didn't know I didn't know what was wrong with me, and I didn't know how to like contain it.
There
And
was so much anger there.
yeah, yeah, I was
So much
constantly
anger.
trying to, instigate fights with my dad. Uh, I didn't for like context, because what I'm going to say is related. Um, when I say my dad, he's not technically he's not my biological father, but he is the man who raised me and
Raised
clothed
you
me and fed me for, you
and
know,
loved you.
yeah, and loved me, most importantly, for, up until I moved out. So he is by all rights my father. So that's who I
Oh, well,
refer
he's
to as
still
my
your dad.
father.
You moved out, but
Yeah,
he's still your dad.
yeah, he stopped being my dad when I moved out, but it's fine. No, no, he is still my dad. Um, but when I was a teenager, I had so much like anger towards him. I would try to tell you. I would try to like tell my mother to divorce him. I would tell him to his face that I wished he was not my dad. The kind of stuff that other teenage I don't feel like it gets to that extent with other teenagers normally, where they try to actively come in between their parents. Um, that's why I say I was evil, because I did know what I was doing. I was trying to, well, I was
You
trying
weren't
to,
evil.
I knew,
No, don't ever think. You weren't. We're going to debate that. You're not evil.
maybe
And you
not, okay,
weren't.
not evil, but I was,
You were battling a lot of demons, but that didn't make you evil.
well,
You were.
my husband is, messaging me, guys. I'm sorry. So let me tell him real quick not to,
You think you'll understand?
yeah,
She's got an awesome husband, by the way.
I do. He's a sweetheart.
He really
And
is.
I don't I tend to just start recording without telling him what's going on. So he has no idea when he messages me that I'm in the middle of a video. So that's my fault.
And we're not editing this part. We're trying to make this as real as possible.
Yeah, yeah. So and thank God for him who puts up with me. I'm still a handful. So
Oh, but
but I I did know what I was doing when I would try to manipulate my parents, or my mom especially. But my dad, I just was trying to force him out of the picture, because he was trying to give me structure and,
rules.
yeah, rules. And as a
Yeah.
teen, I didn't like that anyway. But as a mentally ill teen,
It made it worse.
yeah, I had so much anger anyway that it just it was like an explosive reaction every time. And I
Like
couldn't
a nuclear warhead.
yeah, I was the kind of teen, like, I had to have the last word, and it had to be snotty. um I often did try to like instigate fights a lot of the time, uh on purpose. And
But, like,
but
don't make your. Now,
I'm
I'm your
just trying to
mother,
be I'm just
and
trying
I
to be
don't.
like really honest about it, because I'm different now. So I can, it took a while for me to like face it, because
If you want to get right down to it, bless your heart. You got both sides of the gene pool that had problems. My side is you got it bad. You got a double dose.
yeah,
You know, your biological father was evil. He was.
yeah, he was.
And I was sick mentally. I still have problems myself. So you got that part too. So you got a double dose, honey. And then the hormone changes when you hit puberty, those didn't help either. So you had a lot going on, but it didn't make you evil. You just were battling the demons that you got born with.
Yeah.
and it just made it harder for you. And to be honest, everybody else that was around you.
Yeah.
But that didn't. You were not evil, though. You never were.
I was mean though.
You were mean, but you.
I was mean. Um, especially to my youngest brother. I didn't really get along with him too much as a kid, but he also was struggling on his with he had ADHD, I believe, or was it ADD?
Yes. ADD or AHAD. I don't think it
ADHD.
was called ADHD at the time. I think it was like ADD or something like that.
So yeah, something like that. He was very hyper. Like he bounced off the walls. He had energy like you'd never seen.
Yeah,
And
it
I
was.
mean, it was a lot for me to deal with because I was already dealing with my own thing.
Yeah.
But I took it out on him, even though it wasn't his fault. I took it out on him a lot, uh, and that is
But
hard to
I
face
want everybody
too.
to know one thing. There was a really bad argument going on between you two. It was a screaming match. And he said something like,
He said he
I
hated
hate
me.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate you. And you said, well, I love you. Like it was a bad thing when you said it. It was like you fired back, but you did it in the most, it was so hatefully, it was said the most hateful way, but what you said threw me totally off. It was like, well, I love you.
I know. I remember that time. I wasn't mad for once. Like something I don't
Oh,
know.
that was wonderful when you did it that way, though.
He used
It
to be
was
really cute
so
when he was little. He had
aggressive, but it was the sweetest thing I'd ever heard you say.
yeah, it surprised me too. I was like, that's not me. What's happening? But I mean, he was cute. So sometimes it was hard to argue with him because he had fat cheeks.
And a lisp.
Yeah, and a list. And he was kind of drooly.
Oh, no.
And but I mean, it was cute. It was cute.
Mind you, he's grown out of the lisp, so
And the
that way
drooling
he might
part.
get mad about that. But he's grown out of it.
Yeah, and the drool. He doesn't drool
Right.
now.
Unless he sees a really good video game that he wants. No.
But
Oh.
um, I what makes me think that maybe I was bordering at least on evil, and this is the first time I've like talked about this in public, uh, about school and the one of the students that I knew that was a really good friend of mine, and I was like exploring the ideas of suicide and stuff. And by this time, my cutting had really progressed to, I mean, it was really bad. I have keloids now, like all over my body from how deep they usually were.
Can I bring up that incident at a burger restaurant? Can I bring that up about the time when you asked, I had to come and get you? Do you remember that? Because you had
No, go ahead and
been,
talk about it, cause
now
I
we,
don't.
huh?
No, go ahead and talk about it, cause I don't. I don't remember that time. Not right now.
You had been raped when you were passed out.
Oh
Or
God,
thought
I
you
do remember
you
that.
thought you had been. It was never been able to be proven because you were so ashamed. I didn't know anything about this until you were going through a crisis and you called me and I had to come. You weren't living with us at the time. Remember? You
Yeah.
were staying with someone else. But you had bound your chest with some cloth because of what you had done. And you had tried. Now, guys, this is a warning, and this is not to shock anybody. This is just something that goes with an illness that she has, and this was her way of trying to deal with a situation. So be forewarned, this is very graphic, and I'm hoping that you all will understand that I put this in there because I want you to learn from this and to understand how bad it can get. So I'm hoping YouTube will not take us down for that. But you had cut under your breasts so deep. And we were at a burger restaurant because I wanted to take you there. You looked starved and you hadn't eaten anything. And you wanted to show me something. So we went into the bathroom, and the gouges that were under your breasts, because you didn't want anybody to see them, but you had them bound. You had bandages under them to absorb what you had done to where you were bleeding so bad. And when you pulled your breasts up, I would have to say that was probably an inch to maybe an inch and a quarter wide, the gouge under your breasts on each breast. You had tried to cut them off.
Yeah.
Because you were so ashamed of what had happened to you, and you blamed yourself. And we did go to the police, but it had been like 10 days or 2 weeks or something after it happened, and you didn't talk to anybody about it. That was the first time I ever found out. And by that time, anything that was there or that might have been there had been destroyed. And so they were unable to help you. But I think we had gotten you, I think that was another time that you might have wound up in the hospital with some help. I think it reached that point.
I think you actually have, because I do this too, but I think there's two different memories mixed into one there.
It might be.
I know what you're talking about for each one. Those were those were actually two separate incidents.
Oh.
Like, okay, but
what was it based on then?
The
one where we were, yeah.
The thing about my breasts was I was living in Greenville at the time, and I had that apartment down there in Greenville, and
with that girl that saved your life.
Yeah, and she had brought a boyfriend over, and this guy, I was taking a shower, and he just walks into the bathroom and like pulls the shower curtain back and gets in the shower with me.
Oh my God. I don't remember that part. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he got in the shower with me.
At the time, but how could I forget that?
And I was freaking out. I was trying to cover up my body, and I was like, dude, get the hell out of here. What are you doing? And she managed to get him out, and she knew that I was freaking out. She managed to get
God,
him.
Honey.
She got him out of the bathroom. No, it's
I think I had forgotten. I don't know how I could forget about that.
Well, I think I'd actually blocked out. Like, I'd forgotten about the thing I'd done to my breast until you reminded me. Now it's like,
I shouldn't have brought that up either then. I'm sorry, honey.
No, I need to be able to confront this stuff. So it's like I know now I did it, but I just forgot, like, repressed it or something, I guess.
It was God, I was horrified, and remember I cried.
Yeah.
When I saw it. Because
I think it was something. he had made comments
Made you
about.
feel or something bad. I know you felt bad about something then.
Yeah,
And
because
I
he had made comments about my breasts or something while I was trying to take a shower, and it was like, I don't. These are a liability. I don't ever want to go through that again. So it was like they became like, you know,
Sandra,
disgusting.
you went so deep. And I couldn't believe how in the world you pulled that off without passing out. And when I say it, that the gaping, the wound was an inch to an inch and a quarter, that is deep.
Mhm.
That's deep when you're looking at it.
Oh yeah.
And I cried when I saw that. And I gave you a hug and I thought, but I'm sure at the time when I knew what was going on then, I said something, but I can't, I thought it was related to, so I guess I must have gotten both of those confused, but I do remember the shower incident too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do remember
Now
that.
there was a time like I was staying with a different friend.
And that's the time that you passed out, and that's where you thought you might have been.
Yeah, because I woke
If
up,
you had a,
we'd been drinking and stuff, and when I woke up, my pants were pulled down, and my panties and my pants had been taken off,
yeah,
and there was only one guy there, so it made me feel like he might have done something, but I never actually had any proof or anything.
and
Um,
that's the one where we waited too long, remember?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
we saw a female detective.
yeah,
And you turned your blue jeans in and your underwear, but by that time everything had been washed and anything that might have been there had been destroyed. I think she acted like she really wanted to help,
yeah. It
but
was just
but
I
she
had
couldn't do
waited.
anything.
Yeah, but
But guys, do you
I think
think
this
that
is
we
a
should
good
cut this
stopping
off
point.
because it's a long vid, huh?
Well, I was going to say, I think this is a good stopping point
Yeah,
because
because
let's see, we've been recording now for almost an hour, 50 minutes. So
oh my god, so the video is going to be over 2 hours long.
it'll be about an hour and a half. Yeah.
Okay, that. Maybe that's, yeah, that's acceptable.
So this will be like a part one.
Yes, yes.
We'll go into more things in detail later.
And we'll
Um,
try to time it better too, make them shorter and do more parts maybe.
yeah. But well, thanks for being here with us. We really appreciate you guys so much. And uh,
If you liked the video, subscribe and like. Please click on the button, which wherever it is, because I don't know. We're still new to this. But
yeah,
listen, for those of you who took the time to watch this video, my daughter says that I always overdo myself, but you all took your time when you could be doing something else, and we truly appreciate you for that.
we
We
really
love
do.
you guys for that.
Thanks so much. And we
Yeah,
will see you in the next video.
we love you guys.
Love you. Hi, everybody. It's Sandra.
Hey, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I did
She's
it
eager to
again.
get going, let me tell you.
Hey, everybody. I'm Xander's mom. Good to have you all back.
Yeah, and we've gotten some new subscribers since our last video. I think we've gotten like 3 or 4.
Yeah, we got like 15 subscribers. Thank you guys. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for being here and listening to us talk about rambly stuff.
Rambly, but good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, and I just wanted to mention I'm so sorry that my voice sounds like it's nasally as heck. That's the way I was born. I wished I could change that. But if it even irritates me, I'm sure it probably irritates some of you also. I'm sorry.
I think you're the
I
only
don't know
one
how
who
to
hears
change it and
that.
make it better. But I drag and I've got a draggy, nasally voice.
Heck,
I hated it.
I think you're the only one that hears that. I don't know why I
God.
just had
Was
this
that
toilet
toilet
paper
paper?
sitting here.
Oh, Lord, honey. Do you use the bathroom in the living room too?
Yeah, I got my own litter box. I make Barlow clean it out for me, or I get pissy.
Uh, oh, you just use it and he cleans it, huh?
Yeah.
Listen at us. God.
So, I think the last time when we ended our last video, we were talking about I don't know how to pause my notifications. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to.
Do you have to we, you know where we left off, right?
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm trying to. It ain't gonna let me do it right now, but that's okay. Um. So our last video we left off talking about the breast mutilation and
That's a good way of putting it, actually. Yeah.
yeah, and then I I don't really remember where I had planned to go from there. Oh, I realized I had started off tell this excuse me. I had started to tell this story in the last video and then I got sidetracked. But it was to highlight how really weird and unsettling I was in high school. And I had a friend who was dark like me, and I didn't. Hold on, my brain is scrambled today, guys. It might take me a little extra time to get my stuff out.
They'll probably understand it's Monday.
Oh yeah, that says it right there. Um, Also, I'm kind of hungry, but whatever.
Food
Um,
deprivation is not good before a video.
I know. I'm just thinking about burgers and stuff. Uh, but my high school years, I think, were my among my darkest years because I was doing all kinds of weird stuff. Like I was, I think it's normal for teenagers to kind of flirt with suicide ideation and stuff at least once or twice. But I kind of took it to a new extreme because I realized I wasn't going to kill myself because my faith, I was raised to believe that if you kill yourself, you're going to go straight to hell. And so I knew I wasn't going to do it for myself. Um, but then I was talking to a friend in class, about it, and I don't know if she wanted me to kill myself or if she was just like if she just didn't care or if she didn't understand where the conversation was going. But I told her the reason why I wouldn't kill myself because of my religion. And she was like, "Oh, well, my religion teaches us that, once you're saved, you're always saved. So you could technically kill yourself and you could still go to heaven." And I was just like, "Okay. Don't try and talk me out of it or anything, that's cool."
Yeah.
Um but then so at that point I started thinking like, maybe I will go, but I still didn't have the guts to do it myself. So
Thank God.
yeah, thank God. But I did I talked to another friend of mine who was, like I said, dark like me. And I asked him if he would do it for me. And at first I think he thought I was joking, and maybe I was. I don't know. I was testing the waters to see how far I could get people to go, I think.
I remember this too.
Yeah. And so at first he was just like, no, I wouldn't do that. But like the more that I talked to him about it, I think he realized that I was like semi serious. And so he and I developed this plan that like I would sneak out at some point in the night while everybody else was sleeping, and he had a shotgun, or his dad or somebody that lived in the house with him had a gun. And we were gonna meet somewhere, and he was gonna take this gun and kill me with it. And we planned out like how to I was gonna leave a note, and he
Every
was
person's worst nightmare, guys.
yeah,
Parents. Did I say parent or person?
person.
I
Well,
meant parent.
it would have been a nightmare to walk on to something like that, which I wasn't thinking about other people at the time either. I wasn't thinking about potentially ruining his life by involving him
Or
in,
ours.
well, yeah, yeah, but I mean, especially him though, well, not especially, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I would have ruined his life forever. He would have gone to prison. He
You
would
would have
have,
taken yours, though.
well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It was weird because I don't know. I don't know the psychology. I don't understand the psychology behind this except that I just kind of nagged him about it for a long time before he had kind of like tentatively agreed to do it. But he agreed to do it, but he wanted something in return. And that was to for lack of a better phrase, he wanted to be able to defile my body afterward. Um, in
You really
exchange,
dabbled in the dark back then, honey.
I really did. Um, and that's where, yeah. So,
Well,
so
that's where that guy was a little messed up too, though. But
yeah,
that's what you were looking for, was for somebody that would be that messed up. That we're not encouraging this on anybody.
I don't know.
As a reminder, we are bringing all this out to let you know that we know that there are people that feel like they're alone in this. Well, that's why we're trying to help, but we're not encouraging any of this behavior
Oh,
at all.
absolutely not. No. This is like the first time that I'm sitting down. Well, it's not really the first time, but it's the first time that we've gone like discussed it face to face to this with this much detail.
And it's hard as a parent to listen to it again,
Yeah,
you know.
it's hard to talk about too because it's like I don't want people to think that's still, people that don't know me really are going to hear this and think that um that's still where my mind is, but it's not. Thank God. um but yeah, it got really dark in high school. That's where my cutting got the worst. um I remember at one point I tried to start an affair with one of my teachers. I don't know if you know
Oh, I
about
don't
that.
remember this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. When
I
was
was
this?
um I think I was like maybe a sophomore in high school. It was my second year of high school, I think. And I developed this really intense crush on one of my teachers. And he was like married and everything, but that didn't deter me at all. Like, I wrote him this super long love letter and gave it to him in class one day after class, and then like stood there while he read it. And he kind of just, it made him really uncomfortable because if anybody had found out, it could have made him, it could have implicated him in something that wasn't even real, you know. But he just kind of played it off like it was a joke, and it never went any farther than that. Even though I really wanted it to, but it didn't. But yeah, so he was probably relieved when I finally graduated. Like,
Well, were you gonna? I didn't mean to. I know we're trying. I know, honey, we're jumping a little bit back and forth on this. But were
Yeah.
you bringing up anything about what that, or was that tied into how you were feeling when you were trying to get this other guy to kill you? I'm sorry. Is that what?
Oh no, I'm just
Why that
talking.
come into the?
Kind of, yeah. I'm just telling people all the messed up things that I did in high school.
Okay, go ahead.
That I
I'm
can
sorry.
think of.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And now they're going to ask, where were the parents in all of this? Well, we didn't know any of this was going on at the time, I promise.
Yeah,
a lot of
I
this
was very
didn't come out.
secretive.
Yes, you were very good at hiding it, and I'm not putting any blame on you at all. It's just that as a parent, you don't expect your child to feel this way or do these things. And a lot of this came out when you wound up in the hospital. I think you were 16.
17,
And
I think, is when I was hot. Yeah, I was 17.
Okay, I thought you were bordering on 17 because
Oh, maybe I was.
Remember you had to go to Knoxville to that hospital. And that's when a lot of this came out, actually.
Yeah, I was in it was my junior year. So I was about 16, 17 at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, when I came back, nobody messed with me. I used to be really bullied a lot in school, but when I came back from the hospital, word had gotten around where I'd been, and nobody, all my bullies kind of disappeared. Like, that was kind of a plus, I think.
Yeah, but you were even more isolated, even though when you got the help. The doctor, I feel that the doctor at the one in Knoxville was the only one that seemed to really care about what was going on. And because he's the one that actually told me the scope of how bad it really was and during your sessions. And he was actually the one who told me to go looking through your room to find any books, any notes, letters, diaries. And that's when we found your books and stuff with quite a bit of things in there. I had no idea that you were going through so much anger, so much. You were just lost. I had no clue how lost you were. And I was when I read your diaries, I didn't even know who you were. I thought none of this could have been coming through from the daughter that always cut up with me and joked with me and loved me. And I had no idea what kind of storm was going on in your mind.
Yeah.
And that's when my dream started. You know, that dream where I was in a morgue and I didn't know you were always under that sheet. I always found you under that sheet.
Yeah.
And that's when that nightmare started. I was, I didn't rarely got much sleep. I think that went on for 6 months, 6 or 7 months, because my husband and I, your dad and I, were so scared that we were going to lose you, but we were scared of you at the same time.
Yeah,
And
there were things in my diary that after I was able to come home from the hospital, I remember you guys like kind of discussed putting like extra locks and things throughout the house.
that's
And
what the doctor said we should do.
oh, okay. Well, yeah, yeah. And I
Yeah.
mean, at the time I was really at the time I
But do
was
you
really
want to explain why?
oh
Do
yeah,
you
I
feel like
can.
explaining why the doctor felt this way? And because of the diaries, when we brought them to him, he was the one, he was even shocked. And I think this doctor had been in this business for quite a while, but he said, look, when she comes back, remember, we were supposed to pick you up the
Yeah.
first time. And we had gotten a call saying, when you come to get her, then you're going to need to put locks on your doors and sleep with an eye open, because he said right now she is in a place where she is unpredictable, and we don't know, and you won't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I yeah, I'd written about my most of it was my youngest brother, and I think I talked about having hostility towards him when we were younger because, he had his own issues and we didn't seem to really mesh. And a lot of my interactions with him were angry. Like I was just angry about having to live with him, about having to be related to him. Like I got to a point where I thought I really hated his guts. And I
And this
wrote,
is the time that you were diagnosed with that borderline personality disorder.
yeah,
So
yeah.
whatever she was feeling, this was not normal.
Oh no.
There's always sibling rivalry, but this well surpassed it. And we didn't understand any of this. It's still hard to understand the behavior and the extreme nature of BPD, but it is a very serious disorder and it can be treated. And you did really well with how you are now. You still have your moments of depression, but you're not looking to kill anybody.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
but go
I
ahead. Go
that was
ahead.
where a lot of my material was talking about, killing my it was different ways of killing my youngest brother. At one point, I think I wrote something about stringing him up by his intestines or something. And I mean, it was just really graphic stuff.
Yeah.
And obviously never intended to do any of that stuff, but it was more
But the
like,
doctors didn't, I'm sorry, honey.
that's
The
okay.
doctors didn't know that at the time.
No.
That's why,
And I
yeah.
can understand, taking precautions when you find something like that because you don't know. And but for me it was just like an outlet to to try to filter through all the anger that I felt inside for some reason. And I never actually expected anybody to find those, which is why I felt um comfortable, I guess, and safe enough to write the stuff that I did, because I never, like I said, I never expected anybody to see it, and I was never going to act on any of it, but it just felt good to be able to vent that stuff in its raw. And but yeah, it was really weird coming home because my family was afraid of me, and that didn't feel good. That didn't feel good to, it felt even more. And I'm not placing blame on anybody. I'm just saying, talking about how it felt, which is that it
Right.
felt even more kind of alienating because, like, now my family knows the kinds of thoughts I'm having. And it's like, I didn't know who I could actually talk to at that point, you know.
Right.
But
Honey, you're looking depressed today, actually.
I
Are you
am.
okay?
I am
I can
depressed
tell
today.
by the disposition it's different than it was the last time.
Yeah, I look pretty rough today.
Oh no, it's your actions. It's the way you're carrying yourself.
Yeah, I just am not. I haven't had a good week, so um,
I'm sorry, honey.
oh, it's okay. And it's good for me to be on camera too, on my bad days, so that people can kind of see the difference,
Right.
I guess, in my
They'll notice it
personality.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'll notice. And that's not a bad thing. We want you all to see and experience what she is experiencing right now. And this is life for her. Xandra, every day that you're waking up, you are literally fighting for your life,
yeah,
aren't you?
yeah, yeah. Because I
She
mean
struggles a lot. You're struggling every day. And
oh yeah,
I wished you didn't have to as a mother. I wish, you know, I
it's like,
worry about you a lot.
well, I mean, for the most part, I think I'm a. Well, that reminds me, I forgot to take my meds today. That might be part of it. Um,
Oh,
but for the
take
most
your meds,
part,
guys.
yeah, take your medicine if you have to, and drink some water. Um, but for the most part, it's not bad. I mean, I would never say that the depression is ever really gone. On a good day, it's just like at a lower level than normal, but it's never actually not there. I'm always depressed to some degree, unfortunately. But I don't know. Normally, I know where to go from. So where do you think?
What you're experiencing right now, and because I've known you for so long, your whole life, basically,
Yeah.
you're experiencing a brain fog right now, and you're not able to think clearly
Oh yeah.
because of your depression right now. And I've noticed this from the last video that we made to today. It's going to be like day and night.
Hmm.
And people, this is what she experiences every single day. She is literally in a fight for her life.
Yeah.
And because it is so hard, it's not a lot of people who have this normal disposition. Tomorrow is a new day. Just get back up and start a new day. It's not a new day. She carries this every single day. And it's not as easy as you think. It's if you don't understand, and I still don't understand it. I understand it more but you fight for your life every single day. It's
so
okay, guys.
sorry.
We have dogs. I've got one whining in the background. She has one barking, and we're sorry. But
My landlord is doing something outside, and so we've got
that
the dogs all
landlord is,
riled up.
yeah, not very predictable either, huh?
Sorry about that, you guys. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can get them calmed down here.
She turned her mic off, guys. I have one over here that's whining. She's just a 9-month-old puppy. Oh gosh.
Now, come on, Bub. I think he's fine. I think he's fine now. You go lay down. You hush. Mama's trying to make a video. And Mama trying to make her a video, honey. Go sit down. Go sit. He's got his butt backed up to me. He likes it when I scratch his butt. Go on, sweetie. Go lay down. Go lay down. I don't want to scratch your butt right now.
Well, do you want to talk about how you
Go on, Bub.
about the time when you found out that you were adopted?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a shock because I remember hanging out. I was hanging out with my cousin. I keep getting notifications. Sorry, guys.
We were really hoping that we were going to be able to tell you, and we wanted to wait till we thought you were at a good age to tell you that, but you found out a different way. Go ahead.
Yeah, I found out through my cousin who was basically the same age as me. I think she's like a year younger or
You're
something.
younger. Yeah.
But yeah, she and I were talking, and I don't even remember how the conversation, how the topic came up, but she said something about, you know, me being adopted. And I was like, I thought she was joking because, nobody ever, a lot of people probably hear that as a joke, and don't think anything of it. But she was like, she was dead serious. And so I was like, I'm going to just settle this rumor once and for all. And that's when I came to you about it and asked you if I was actually adopted, and you kind of hesitated like you did now, like you did right there, and I was like, oh boy. There's
Well,
some.
we didn't do it now, and we did get together, your father and I. Remember, we didn't just come out and say, yeah, you were adopted. I don't know if you remember, but I remember that we got together because wasn't sure how to explain that because we weren't prepared. And honestly, I think somebody put her up to that. And you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And honestly, I believe it wasn't her mother either. It was somebody else.
Uh-huh.
Some in-law.
I wish I could yeah, I wish we could delve into that farther, but unfortunately it would probably cause issues with someone else in the family.
There are some things that we're not going to be going too far into, but I just wanted to explain that was not our plan for you to find out that way. And being adopted is it's not a bad thing. Actually,
no, because you're also adopted, right?
Yes, I am. And whoever came up with that idea to adopt kids, God bless them. God bless them. Because without that process, there would be a lot of babies not being cared for or loved. And whoever came up with that legal process, we love you. God bless you.
Mhm.
And adoption is not a bad thing, but
No.
you don't want your child to find out brutally and bluntly from another child that you were adopted. And that was not our plan. It's not a bad thing. I don't think it ever has been a bad thing. Sometimes bad things come out of it if you get the wrong family.
Yeah.
But the way that you found out was in a negative way, and that was never our intention. We wanted to tell you,
I'll
but we
just
just
say,
wanted to wait.
yeah. I'll just say this for the benefit of the viewers and stuff. There are people on, because, my mom is my biological mother, of course, but my father, we went
Yeah.
we went over this a little bit, I think, in the first videos. He's legally my stepdad, but for all intents and purposes, he's my real father. My biological dad.
Well, no, he's not your he's your dad. He adopted you.
Well, I know,
He's
but
not your stepdad anymore.
okay. Well, you know what I'm trying to
Oh,
say.
you little beggar! What are we? I'm gonna have to spank you.
No, you can't do that anymore. Okay, but they're my dad. My dad's some people in my dad's family, and it's probably like this with everybody's family. I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
some people in my dad's family were very clannish. Like
It's a clan. No, it's not clannish. It's a clan.
yeah, they basically were not happy to have someone um from the outside join the family. Like they weren't happy about it, and so it was probably those people that kind of instigated my cousin to drop the beans, or spill the beans. But
She kind of threw the beans, didn't she?
yeah, but it was more like, yeah, the way that she came out with it was very, I was shocked at first. But there's a gnat. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's how I found out that I was partially adopted, I guess. Now we'll get to that later, I guess.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
you were like fully adopted.
Well, I can relate because I was adopted. So really, it's something I totally understand. I found out by accident too.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we'll get into my part later, but briefly, I found out by being bullied by a whole bunch of neighborhood kids. So they all knew that I was adopted before I ever did. But we'll discuss that later.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we just brought that up to let you know that I understand what my daughter, how she felt and what she's going through and how it did literally change your life that day.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, because I found out about my birth father, who is a literal piece of POS. Uh
And can I say something to that?
yes.
I told her, and I'm going to probably get backlash, but I don't care. As her mother, and in order to save her life, I told her almost every single day what she went through, how she was beaten before she was ever born, what kind of life she would have had to look forward to had I been stupid enough to stay with him, and what kind of life she would have been able to look forward to had she ever met this man. I put the fear of him in her. I told her the truth about how brutal he was, how many times he tried to kill me, and how she was even beaten before she was ever born.
Yeah.
And I did that because I wanted her to be scared of him.
And
Because I didn't know if I would ever have you, if you ever met him again or ever met him. Because I put that fear in you on purpose. And you know, the sad thing is, all I had to do was tell you the truth.
yeah,
I didn't have to lie about anything.
yeah, yeah. And so when he actually got a hold of me, I think I had just turned 18, or I hadn't been
Yes.
18 long. And then he got a hold of me through Facebook or MySpace. It was MySpace at the time. He got a hold of me through MySpace, and I'd been ready for him because
I had a feeling this would happen. And that's
yeah,
why I spent years telling her the truth about how this man was.
yeah. And I basically told him I had to tell him a bunch of times. Like I had to tell him off a bunch of times before he finally took the hint. But um, he told me that he was gonna get my name tattooed on him, and I was like, "You do that, and I'll find you myself, and I'll just rip it right off." That I don't know. It's something about that was like a violation to me. Like
Well, we have a very wonderful member of our family who can even attest to how bad he was, don't we, Zandra?
yeah,
And we know who that is. And even though I told the truth about how brutal he was, she backed me up. She actually backed me up,
yeah,
you know. And a lot of times she doesn't want to get involved in things like that. But I believe that she was scared also about what was going to happen to your life if you really became a part of his.
yeah.
And
And
so
this is
she
a
told you
person
the truth
who
of how bad it was.
Oh yeah, and this is the person that we're talking about is
Does not
somebody.
judge anybody.
She's probably the most like she likes everybody that she meets. She genuinely does. And so for her to say, I don't like that guy, there's something off about him, that's telling in itself right there. Like,
She even told me that she felt like he was staking the joint.
oh, yeah.
Never believe that came out of her, but it sure did. And that was the first time I ever brought him to their house on Beechwood in Kingsport. But
Yeah,
yeah,
she said, I
and
think she told me one time, she was like, I try to like everybody, but I wanted to smack him. Oh,
and that's bad for her
yeah,
because she didn't. I mean, smacking. Most people say I just wanted to kill him, but that for her, that's a terrible thing to want to smack somebody, isn't it,
oh
Eddie?
yeah, she doesn't get like normal mad. We make fun of her because she's so
So
gentle hearted
gentle.
that she gets
Yes.
like, she gets mad like they would on Little House on the Prairie or something. Like
Yes. Yes.
she doesn't.
Like Carol, or whatever her name
Caroline, yeah.
was. Caroline is the person that she's the real Caroline, isn't she, honey?
Yeah, she almost
Yes.
personifies
Yes.
her. So it's like,
Yes. And
um,
she's my mom. I'm
yeah,
lucky enough to have her.
yeah. She's definitely a blessing to have in our lives.
But yes, if had it not been for her backup, um, I don't think that you didn't believe me. I never thought that, but I think it just reinforced it for you that I was telling the truth, didn't it, honey? About how bad he
Yeah,
was.
I mean, I guess I didn't
Right,
remember him. So it's
right.
like, you know, the more people that told me how he really was, the more it was like, I don't want anything to do with this guy. And then he randomly gets a hold of me on MySpace and says, he's going to get my name tattooed on him. That just it was disgusting. I was like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. It was
And
it was pretty bad.
I mean, when
Yeah.
it comes to names, even like
The,
I've
the funny. Go ahead, honey. I'm sorry.
that's okay. I was just gonna say, he's the whole reason that I've considered legally changing my name because of what you told me about the name that he gave.
That was probably a mistake. I probably should have never told you that, Xander. That was wrong. But yeah, I I actually found this out after I gave you the name that your name is based on a girl that he slept with.
Yeah,
From what he told me, but that might not be true. A lot of things he told me was not the truth. A
I
lot of
can
things he
believe
told
it
me he
though.
did to hurt me, you
Oh
know.
yeah, yeah.
But I should have never told that part. I should have left out. And I truly apologize, honey. I was stupid.
I don't think you
A lot
should
of my
have.
anger, I felt like toward him, I handled it wrong, and I told you some things that you didn't need to know, and that was some of that was my fault. I think that's really the only thing I regret. Everything else that I told you about him, I don't. But I should have never that was wrong, honey. And I think I've apologized to you before, but I'm doing it again because I feel so bad about telling you that.
I don't think I I I think anybody would have wanted to know that deep. They would want to know if they were named after someone that their birth father had an affair with. You know, that's disgusting. And for him to, I mean, it might not have been bad on its own, but the fact that he would talk about how big my breasts were going to be, um,
Oh, yes. And that
that
was when I went back to him. You were still a baby.
so yeah, that adds like an extra. That's disgusting, you know,
And
to
how he was
me.
going to take you bar hopping when you got old enough.
Yeah, like
And he always called me the itty bitty titty committee. Sorry, guys, but that was the truth. And he talked about how much bigger your breasts were going to be than mine. And I felt that was totally, why would he even say that about his own daughter?
I feel like it sounds like he was trying to create some hostility between you and me,
And you know
even
what?
though
But you know where the hostility came from? Him. From me to him. Baby, I never blamed you for anything that he ever did or
oh, I
said.
know, I know,
You know, I never did. But um, I should have left him when that inappropriate remark came forward, and I didn't. Not until about a month later. But that was terrible. I should have left when he said that. But
well,
at the same time, I didn't see. Sometimes he did things for shock value.
yeah,
And I never thought in my mind that he would ever carry out molesting you. That never really, and I don't know how to explain it, but even though he talked that one time about you like that, I never got the fear that at that time that it just pissed me off.
yeah,
Not about you, but what he said. But I never had the fear that he was ever going to physically assault you that way,
yeah,
you know? And I guess that's why I stayed with him a little bit longer, but that was still inappropriate. And he always said things that put me down to make me feel less attractive about myself. And he used our daughter to do it with. I mean, you were just months old when he
yeah.
said it.
He's a sick
And
man.
did he think that I was gonna? Which I really think he thought I was gonna get mad at you for that. See you as competition or what? What was the purpose of
Yeah,
that? I mean, come on.
and he was just he was sick. He was messed up in the head, and
He was.
what was it?
He
He
was
did.
very sick.
what was the you? Because I always tell it wrong. So why don't you tell everybody what the reason you finally left him for good?
Because he flipped you upside down by your ankles and busted your legs, busted you hard on the legs over in a 2-story apartment. We were living on the 2nd story, and he held you over the balcony by your ankle and busted your legs because you wanted a piece of food.
Well, no,
That's
I'm
when I
talking
finally
about
left.
what about the instance where he or you thought he was gonna bury me alive?
Okay, that was when we were actually still together, still married.
Okay.
That one okay. His dad was staying with us, and now we'll go to this story, and then we'll leave it at that and start another video, because I think we did this one a little bit long again, didn't we, honey?
We're at we're at almost an hour.
Okay, can we save this one? Because I want to get into this.
Yeah.
Or do you want to go ahead and do it now? If you think that this is probably when it gets really interesting, I guess we should go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead and tell this story, and then we'll end it for now, for today.
Okay. His dad was actually staying with us, and his dad hated me already, but we were living in a small mobile home, and I had you were like 2 weeks old, okay? And we had gotten into a huge argument. I think he had talked about this girl or something like that. So after the argument, he took off with you, and he whispered in my ear while his dad was there and said, "You'll never find her because I'm going to bury her." And that's when he took off with you. Well, I had to go to the landlord while this whole time his dad is running with me, telling me he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He's not. He's just gone over. He's not going to do what he's not going to bury your daughter. He's not going to do it. And I said, well, I don't know that. And I ran over to the landlord's apartment, called. I don't know if 911 was instated at the time in 1987. I can't remember. But I had gotten the police there, and he had not gotten back with you. So we stood outside in the driveway, and that's at the time that I think there were like 3 or 4 police officers there, and 2 of them took off looking for him. When they had found him, he had you. It was in a wooded area, and he had found you. The police had found him, and he had you laying on the ground while he was digging up the dirt. You were laying on the ground in your little blanket, and he had you laying on the dirt while he was digging it up. When the police found him, they asked him what he was doing, and he said he was searching for something. And they told him to bring you back. So when the police had found him, and he had you in his arms, and he was bringing you back, okay, then I asked the police, I said, are you going to arrest him? And he walked up, your ex-father, or whatever I'm supposed to call him, walked up to me and actually whispered in my ear, "You're lucky they found me in time." And that is when I had already told the police what he was planning on doing, but they couldn't arrest him because you were not in the ground, and they could not verify that he was lying about actually looking for something that he buried in the ground.
Yeah.
So since they didn't catch him in the act, they couldn't actually arrest him.
Right.
And so that day I left.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm getting so emotional over this already. But I honestly believe that that's what he was going to do.
And there were times that's another thing that I used to say to my dad now to like make him mad is I wish he had finished what he started. And because there have been times I've just been like, maybe if he had done that, I wouldn't be going through this or going through that, or you know
And
that's just the
I guess
depression, I
I
know.
guess I told you all that stuff, honey, like I said, because I wanted to put the fear in you.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that, at the earlier in this video, I said I don't really care what other people think about me saying that. Well, that's probably was the wrong thing to say, because some of the things I probably should have never brought up, but I had to tell you how bad he was. I
Yeah.
had to tell you the truth about how bad he was, because I knew in my heart that if he ever got a hold of you in your later years, I would probably never see you again. You would be messed up on some corner with a needle up your arm, or something even worse, you
Yeah.
know? And I just didn't. That was the only way I knew how to handle it.
Yeah.
I know I got loud, didn't I?
No. No. But okay, so that brings us to an hour. I think that was a good place to end for today. And there was a lot of stuff that we covered in today's video, but next time, or in our next video, I guess we'll just kind of transition to like young adulthood, because there was a lot of stuff that happened then too.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so yeah, that'll be a discussion for our next video. Um, but in the meantime, thanks for being with us again, guys, and watching our contents. And
I bet you I'm going to sound nasally on that story.
oh Lord, no, you're not. But is there anything else you want to add to the subscribers?
Just thank you for watching. And to you new subscribers out there, thank you for subscribing. And to you future subscribers, we're looking forward to having you with our family. So,
Yeah. Yeah. So thanks everybody for watching, and we will see you in the next video.
bye, guys.
Bye. Hi, everybody. It's Sandra.
Hey, everybody. It's Maria.
We are back with a jam-packed video. I guess. You don't sound very enthusiastic, Mom.
I was thinking of something to say to that one, but I guess we are jam packed. Don't know if that's good or not, but
Is it jam or jelly?
how about jelly packed? I don't know. Tacky.
Yeah, that was a total bad joke.
You brought it up first.
I know. That's what's bad. Oh, Lord. I actually did not. I don't remember where exactly we left off on the last video.
We were talking about your burial.
Oh, the dream
For
that you
him.
had. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't. Oh, I guess no. We were talking about what happened to you in the last video. where the police were coming. And well, I did bring that up, but I can't remember if that was earlier or later. But I did. The last thing we talked about. Remember how upset I got, and then we closed off on that.
Yeah. Oh, were we talk? I think we were talking about um my birth father and how he had been abusing me before I was like even born.
Well, no, we
We've
talked
gotten
about
past that.
that. Yeah, at the very end of the video, we were talking about how he was trying to bury you, and they
Oh,
found
right.
him in the act, and
Okay.
he didn't really have you in the ground, just on it. You
Yeah.
know,
Okay, I remember now.
yeah.
Um, so I know there were some things you said that we wanted to go into detail about. What specifically did you think we needed to like talk about more?
Well, I mean, I didn't know. Whatever you're comfortable with, honey.
Oh, I don't
We brought
mind.
up things about
Ugh.
how you dealt with some drug use. Remember, you brought that up.
Oh
You
yeah.
were,
That's a
and
different like yeah, we should go into I feel like we've covered a lot of my earlier like teen years and so now um it's like we're going into the early adult period. Is that
right.
okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So that is
Yeah, that
yeah, that
one.
is where the drug use started. Uh I think when I first started doing drugs and I wouldn't honestly consider marijuana a drug. I mean, I consider it like, I would cigarettes or something.
Excuses, excuses.
I get, but it is legally a drug. So yes. So I guess that would be like when I first started, I was 17, and when I started doing that, that's also the time I started smoking cigarettes, and so that was pretty mild starting off, compared to what it turned into later.
Yeah.
Um, and I should probably state here also, I'm not saying that marijuana is or is not a gateway drug. For me, it was not. It was just that
Right.
I just wanted to I just wanted to experience my logic starting out was that I was like, you know, I'm young and I want to experience all these things. I want to have knowledge about all these things. And unfortunately, it was the wrong things. It wasn't like it could have been, hey, let's go to college and learn about that. It was let's do all these drugs. But so I'm trying to think of what I first okay, my first actual like addiction was pills, pain pills, and also Xanax.
I don't know if did you get addicted or did you just experiment? I mean,
Well, at
now,
first it
mind you
was
guys,
just
I didn't know this was going on either. I was totally clueless.
at first it was just experimenting and trying different because some things I only tried once. I tried crack once. Um, thankfully I did not become addicted to that. Um,
That's Russian roulette with that one.
uh, it was mostly like pills and stuff that I got really badly addicted to, especially Suboxone. That's the one that that's the one that I was really hooked on whenever I disappeared for that length of time. Okay. So yeah, from when I disappeared from that girl's house for that length of time, that's what I was really addicted to. And that's the
What
reason.
did that do for you?
It was basically Suboxone. For people that aren't aware, Suboxone is synthetic heroin, and it's what they use to get actual heroin addicts off of heroin. And
Wow.
yeah, it's basically just substituting one addiction for another.
So that's not a cure all. That's just
It's just a
what?
band-aid. It's just a it's how they can monitor your addiction, basically, because you have to go to the clinics usually to get it. Um, but yeah, she's the one the girl that I was living with at the time. Let me back up and explain some things first. Um, I had started dating a guy that I met when we were in high school, and shortly after
Oh
we were dating, I moved in with
God,
him.
he was a real loser.
Yeah. And I moved in with him and his mom and sister and his mother's boyfriend. And um it was a crazy atmosphere because the mother's boyfriend was a severe alcoholic. Like, I remember um me and his my boyfriend at the time, his sister, we went to go get our tongues pierced. And you while it's healing, you have to use like a a certain, I can't remember, but you have to use a certain kind of mouthwash while it heals. And like, we bought a brand new bottle of mouthwash, and this guy was such a severe alcoholic that he drank our whole bottle of mouthwash like the very day that we got it.
Wow.
And so yeah, needless to say, he was a severe alcoholic. Um and he was pretty much useless. Like, he didn't do anything except make messes throughout the house and sleep all day and drink all day. That was his thing. He was like, every now and then he would get work as a mason, and I had to drive him to his jobs.
Well, they
Um
took your money. They were good for that.
oh yeah. Yeah, they helped me get a job at a plastic injection molding plant. And
You
like,
barely had money for yourself, but go ahead.
yeah, they I can't remember what they charged in rent, but I had to pay them this exorbitant amount of rent, and I also had to keep the entire house clean. I didn't just have to clean up after myself. I had to keep the whole house clean.
And
Um
I want to tell you, you had a place to go, sweetheart.
I know, but I had like, I don't know, I felt for the first time I had the freedom to do whatever I wanted to, pretty almost. And so I was like, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do like a lot of drugs and try different things that most people didn't approve with, and um that's mostly why I didn't go home uh earlier. But so that was the living situation. And then my boyfriend's sister introduced me to she introduced me to all kinds of stupid things. I remember, like, we huffed paint one time, and that was really scary. I can't even describe what that did to my brain, except kill, like, I don't know how many brain cells. It was like,
Now, what did you experience when you did that? We never really talked about this.
I don't know how to explain it, except that it was it was a different kind of high that I've never experienced with anything else. It was like, it was very much its own experience. But it was scary because it felt like what I remember about it, I don't remember a lot, that's bad right there. But I don't know, it just felt like, you know how like whenever you move around and you see traces of things behind it.
It was really, I know what you're, everything was intensified, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like I
That's,
saw
is it kind of like how it looks when before you're having a panic attack? Everything is like right
kind of,
there. It's like,
yeah, kind of, but it was also like I saw trails of things. Like my hand, I would see my hand, like a trail of my hand going by like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And
that's scary.
their voices sounded demonic and morphed and deep and just like discordant. It was weird. That and
Mhm.
huff and paint is one of those things, by the way, like the first time you do it, you can have like a seizure. So
Mhm.
it was super dangerous and it was not worth. It felt like time had stood still for eons, but like in reality only like a minute or two had passed. And so it was really weird. It felt like it lasted an eternity, but it was a really short buzz, like a really short high, you know. And she also introduced me to, you know, I started doing Laura tabs with her. Um and then I started buying my Xanax from her uncle. And ironically, I wasn't abusing the Xanax. I was taking it like, you know, I feel like a doctor might have prescribed it. I was taking it like once a day to try to treat my own mental health, I guess. So that's actually the one thing that I didn't abuse, you know. But then she introduced me to the Suboxone, and that is where that like I got super into that, and all of my money was going towards that, like every cent. Oh yeah, well no, the Suboxone is what she had got me hooked on, the Suboxone, and that's what I was spending all my money on. Um, it got to where I couldn't go through a day at work without having to have it, and just for um the sake of letting people know how severe it became. Whenever we started doing the Suboxone, you only would take like you would only do a quarter at a time because it is so strong. Um, and it makes you so sick. Like if you do anything more than that, and if you don't take it correctly, which I'm not going to tell anybody how to take it correctly. Um, but yeah, it would make you really sick, and you only started out with like a quarter. By the
Wow.
time my addiction was full blown, I was taking like almost a full one a day. It was like like a full half of a pill instead of a quarter pinch of one. Um, so it was progressing pretty fast. And now on top of that, like where I was working at the time, um, uh, for a while I was working third shifts with her. She and I were the only females on that shift, and the rest of it was men. And
I had forgotten about this.
yeah, this is pretty bad. This could have actually turned into a lawsuit if I had pursued
Mhm.
it, I think. Um, but at the time, I knew that I was really bad into drugs and that it might come back on me in some way, you know. So I didn't pursue it, and I probably should have. But So, first of all, my boss, my supervisor at the time was like 3 times my age, and he had a girlfriend who worked in the front office. They had children together. I mean, it was a serious relationship, and he started like coming on to me and flirting with me. Now, keep in mind, I don't know if this had anything to do with it, but I was really heavy into the Suboxone and I had lost a ton of weight. And where I was moving around all the time and I was hardly eating and I was doing all these pills, like I did have like a figure for a while. And
And that wasn't a good thing of how you were getting it, though.
no, no,
I
it wasn't.
saw the changes. Yeah.
Yeah, I started to look sickly after a while, but um, so a- and so like my supervisor started hitting on me, and at first I think he was joking, but then it like got to where he was writing me like love letters and stuff, and he favored me at work. Like he didn't care if I took a 30-minute break or an hour long break. He didn't care, and I kind of took advantage of that to an extent. But then I never reciprocated or anything, but I did take advantage of like breaks and stuff. Like I would take an hour to an hour and a half, and but then the other guys, like all the other guys on the shift, started like harassing me and asking me how much it would cost for blowjobs and how good I probably was at all these at hand jobs, and it was too much, and I didn't know how to and my friend was there and she saw it like
I had
happening.
forgotten all about that, sweetheart. Yeah,
Yeah,
this was really bad.
yeah,
And you,
I had never experienced sexual harassment on that level before. Like it was it was insane. Like I couldn't believe it was real. And like and my friend was there and she saw this happening to me, and she kind of looked at me like it was my fault, which confused me because I was like, I'm not asking for this, you know. I'm just here trying to do my job, and I was suffering through an addiction at the time. Like it was hard, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, and so I remember we worked with box knives all the time. Like that was the main tool of the job. And so I remember going into the bathroom. I started going to the bathroom with my box knife, and I would just like slash my legs all to shreds and stuff. And one time I guess I did it too badly, and I couldn't stop the blood flow, and like it started seeping through my pants, and somebody noticed pretty quickly when I came out of the bathroom and reported me to the office, and they basically laid me off until I could be released by a therapist to come back to work. And unfortunately, the therapist that they assigned me took so long to analyze me and stuff that they just straight up fired me. And that's where I had been living, for a while, for like the past, let's see, the last couple of months that I was employed there. I had been living out of a hotel. Like I had moved out of my friend's house. I didn't tell her where I was going. I didn't tell her who I was with. Um I didn't tell her anything. Like she saw me at work and that was it, but we didn't talk to each other. And I was living out of a hotel with another woman that worked where we did. She was also a drug addict. And so like she knew where, I felt like it was fine to live with her because we could do our drugs together. She knew where to get drugs. And there was this one day she called a guy to come over, and he came in and he had this big old bag of pills just mixed up in a bag, and he dumped it on the table and told us we could do whatever we thought we could handle. And that's the first time. That was when I tried crack, and it didn't do anything for me. So thank God for. I don't know if I was just already too high on other stuff and I didn't notice, or if I didn't do it right. I don't know, but that's when it got bad, and that's when you showed up. Like, I think I talked to you on the phone, didn't I? And then you showed up.
No, remember, I didn't know where
Oh,
you were.
you called the hotel and he said that I was there.
I got a call from that person, your ex's sister, telling me where you were. Remember?
Oh, right. And then she also told you that I was up there dancing around naked outside and
Yeah.
stuff. And
Yes.
that was not true. That was not true.
Well, it still didn't cover up anything about the fact that it. She didn't have to say that by making it sound bad, because what was happening to you and what you were doing was bad enough.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And all I knew was, for a while I couldn't find you. Can't remember how long it was. Maybe I was thinking 48 hours, but it was actually about a week. You just disappeared.
Yeah.
And that's how I found you. And even though she wasn't the greatest person in the world, she did put me in the right direction to knowing where you were, you know,
Yeah.
because that's all I cared about, was where you were at. I wasn't there to judge, but I was horrified, though,
I know.
when I
Yeah, I
found
could
out the
tell.
extent,
I
you
could
know.
tell that, when you saw me that I was different.
You were physically different too, just in that week.
Yeah.
You had lost even more. Uh, You just looked bad,
Yeah.
and your face was broken out
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
really bad.
And then I remember that because I had started to fall behind on the, because, they charge you weekly, um, if you stay there for a certain amount of time. And I hadn't been able to pay, like, my tab at the hotel, and I remember that you paid it for me and
Yeah.
then brought me home.
I think the owner was threatening to call the law or something. And I asked him, I can't remember what it was, maybe for the fact that you were late or something.
Yeah.
But we had talked, the owner and I said, there's no need. I'm taking her home, and she won't be any trouble, or it was something in that line. I just wanted to get you back into a safe. I won't say stable, because we weren't stable even at the house, but it was better than where you were at.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know, I just wanted to get you safe.
Yeah, because I mean, when I moved in, I mean, it wasn't as hard for me then um pull through my addiction, like, because I had the support from you and Dad, and from everybody, and Dad and
Yeah,
Papa. um I mean, they were I know everybody was, like, understandably disappointed in me. But I know I still had the love and the support, because everybody wanted me to get better, and I wanted to get better. because that was probably one of my lowest points, was hitting rock bottom like that. And um it was just horrible.
Yeah.
That was a bad time.
It was a really bad time. I don't know that that was rock bottom though, because there were so many other times that you came close to
I've had many rock I've had many rock bottoms.
exactly. It got bad so many times though. It got like that to the point that I really wasn't like, it was new. Everything, every time I'd find something out, it was a new kind of bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was, but it wasn't shocking anymore. You know what I mean? I don't know. It was like I had probably gone through more as a parent than what most do. And I was used to it, I guess. I wasn't shocked anymore,
Yeah.
but I was still worried, you know.
Yeah.
This is hard to talk about. Are you okay?
Yeah, I've got something in my throat. It's killing me. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to cough so loud, but
If you want to cough, go ahead. We'll edit that too.
shoo. But yeah. And then that started after he and I broke up. I was still living with his mom because he and I had moved from his mom's house to a house that he had purchased like a city away, and we lived there for maybe 2 years before we broke up. And then I went back to your house for a while, but then I think I went back to his mom's house not long after, and I lived there. And that's when all that stuff happened.
Yeah.
But he was not a
He
good.
was actually the one that encouraged you to search out your father, remember?
Yeah, he and his mom were like, they thought I needed to hear his side. And
There's only one side, and it was the truth. You
yeah,
know, that's
yeah, yeah, they didn't, I don't know, they
that's
were.
what scared me, is because they were so bent, heck bent. I'll just say it like that. They were so heck bent on getting you reunited with him, and they were bold enough to tell me that it was none of, I couldn't stop it if I, if that's something that you wanted to do, but they were promoting it. That's what really upset me.
Yeah,
And they were not there. They did not go through or witness what I went through when I was carrying you. And
yeah,
they had no right to prejudge and tell me that I was keeping you from your dad,
yeah.
who was never your dad.
Well, they were, I mean, uh they were messed up anyway. Like I don't
But
know
they
how.
were trying to mess our family up.
Yeah, they
That's
were.
how I saw it. I saw them as a threat.
They were very judgmental, and it was, I mean, for them to I don't know, they were, how we were talking about clannish families a couple of videos ago. That's
Yeah,
how they were
yeah,
too. They were definitely
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Um,
And they took advantage. You were like a Cinderella, living a Cinderella life. You were doing all their chores. You were paying out the yin yang to stay there.
oh yeah,
And you were taking them out to eat and everything else. That's
Well,
why,
remember I was getting disability for a while when I first moved over there.
yeah,
I had been getting disability, and I was their favorite person because I was getting, this money from the government, and I could stay home and, take care of the house while I also gave them most of my check.
yeah,
And I also had to buy my own groceries, and their
which they
house.
ate.
Yeah, yeah, they ate my food.
Yeah.
Um, their house was like infested with roaches. I remember like one time I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and I got locked out of the bedroom that he and I were sharing. And so I went to the living room to sit on the couch and like lay on the couch, and I had almost fallen asleep, and I felt a roach fall onto my head. And
Oh God.
I was like, "Nah, I can't do that. I can't." We had to like you had if you cooked food in that house, you had to stand there and watch it, or you had to cover it up because they would jump off. They would like fall off the rim of the stove into the food like on purpose.
Wow.
It was disgusting. And yeah, they tried to they had me like that house had to be spotless all the time. um it was just they were horrible. And like the uncle that I bought the Xanax from, he was probably I liked him the most out of I mean, he was an alcoholic too, and he'd get drunk, and he'd throw knives at your feet and stuff, and he'd throw them in the floor at your feet. He was
I
crazy.
remember. I
He was
remember.
crazy, but he was ironically also um the best person out of the rest of them. I mean, if you had to pick, uh, yeah,
Which wasn't much of a choice, was it?
no, no. I'm talking, he would get his idea of a good time was to get drunk and go down to the courthouse and stand in front of it and yell at people.
Oh my
Um,
gosh. How did he ever get arrested?
oh yeah, plenty of times. He had a chicken wire barrel.
Chicken what?
Yeah, he had a chicken wire barrel filled with Budweiser cans next to his porch, and he would take them and sell all the cans and then use that to buy more beer. And it was just like a constant cycle. He would fill up that barrel, and I don't know, he was the last person that needed to have cactuses, and he had cacti all over the place.
Didn't he fall into one or something?
Yeah, he fell off his porch into a patch of cacti while he was drunk one time. He
Did he look like a porcupine?
Yeah, he was funny. He was funny. Like
Oh my god.
he was probably the only and I hate to say this because it sounds like I'm advocating for it, but he was the only person I know that could actually he drove better when he was drunk. Like if he tried to
Could
drive
do
sober,
what?
he drove better when he was drunk.
Oh gosh. I don't know.
Like if he tried to drive sober, it was scary. It was like the opposite. And I think it's because he was always drunk. That's just how he learned. He learned how to drive himself drunk better than sober.
Which don't anybody attempt. Do not
No, don't
attempt.
do it. Don't. It's not.
Don't do
No,
it.
it's not advised. he was. He
That
was.
cacti story got me so tickled.
I know he was like your stereotypical redneck. Like I swear to God, like you would
Oh,
his. I wish I could tell you his name because even his name has that redneck feel to it, but I can't. But
Like Jebediah or something.
old Jebediah. Yeah, it's similar along those lines.
Hey, Jeb.
Oh Lord, yeah, yeah. Are you remembering him? Because he's funny. He was funny, wasn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think I've ever met him, but the stories you used to tell me about him, I'd get so tickled.
I remember he told me one time. This is one of those redneck stories that just cracks you up because like it was real. He was like he told me one time he
Oh,
used to leave his front door open just because people would come by, and hang out or whatever. But he left his door open one day and he was making like a stew or something. And he said a friggin' possum wandered in onto the counter. It was coming after his stew, so he like cracked it in the head with a spoon and then tossed it outside.
you ain't getting none of this stew.
Yeah, yeah. He was crazy. And then he'd get drunk on the moonshine. He actually would bring moonshine in a jug
Oh,
and he'd get drunk on that moonshine. And that's
oh
when he'd
God.
start throwing the knives around. I'd be like, "Oh man, you gotta put those knives up." He'd be like, "Move your feet, like freaking Yosemite Sam or something."
Oh my goodness, I love Yosemite Sam, and that's what he reminds me of.
Yeah, what
Oh
darnation?
God. Oh Lord. That was good. He did. He fit that. The funny thing is, I don't think I've ever met him, but this is the stories you would tell me about this guy, and
I
that's
think
who
you
I
met him once or twice.
did.
You, yeah, because he had seen you before, but I don't think. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe you haven't met him.
I did technically through your stories, I think. And that was who I remember, who I thought of it like the Tasmanian devil, like when he was drunk and he couldn't talk,
Yeah,
and Yosemite Sam when he was mad.
he grew. He had some. He grew. He was growing damn. Or excuse me. He was growing. he was growing marijuana plants in his bedroom.
Oh my
And
God.
every time I'd come over there, he was so proud of those plants. He'd have me come back there and see how tall they were getting. And that
When are
house,
we going to be able to smoke those?
yeah, I know. And there was one time, I guess it was whenever my ex's sister, because we had been friends for a while. She had just gotten out of prison, and he was wanting to celebrate, so he brought her like a big old gallon jug of moonshine. We drank that whole jug that night.
Gosh, honey,
And
were you trying to kill yourself
I'm surprised I didn't get
this
alcohol
time?
poisoning, but
Lord.
I remember she had a cigarette in one hand and she went to go give him a hug and her cigarette went flying through the kitchen and caught some trash on fire, almost burned his house down.
Oh my gosh.
It was crazy times with those people, I swear.
It was. It was. Some of that stuff was funny.
It
It
was,
was.
yeah. And I don't know. I kind of was endeared to him because even after, my boyfriend and I had split up after 3 years, he would be like, and I was living at his mom's house. He'd come down there and he'd be like, I still love you. And
I think he would have been the one that really would have protected you, to be honest.
yeah, he
Even with
was,
that temper.
yeah, he was really cool. He was very, He was. You had to really know him because I mean, if you
If
take
Go ahead,
no,
honey.
go
I got.
ahead. What,
If I'm not mistaken, I think he is actually the one that broke your friend's jaw, wasn't it? Remember, he punched her in the face,
I can't
but
remember.
they got into a fight or something.
I can't. They got into a lot of drunken brawls. Him and the two of them.
Brawl. That's what it was, a brawl.
Yeah.
And she tried to out fight him, and it just didn't. One punch, and she was on the ground.
He
Oh,
he.
it's crazy.
Yeah. There. Yeah. Well, two. Okay. Here's another story. This one's kind. So she had started dating this guy who was basically her father's age or old enough to be her father, and he found out, and he was not happy, and he drove up there with a friggin' shotgun and busted down the dang door and was threatening this guy to like get out of his niece's house.
Wow.
And I don't know if he actually would have shot him, but like with him, you never knew. That's what made
Yeah.
it unpredictable. But um, so we are almost at an hour. I did a lot of the talking. I'm sorry.
Honey, that's okay. It got really good towards the end.
Yeah, I think we needed something lighthearted to counteract the other stuff.
Yeah, and this video has a lot to do with drugs and talking about them. So if you have any younger viewers, it might be a good idea to. Well, that should have probably been at the beginning of the video. So
Oh, that's okay. I'm gonna make a disclaimer video for the beginning of it because
yeah.
we forgot to explain why we didn't stream it too.
Oh, we didn't stream it because we had to wait 24 more hours.
Yeah. So I'll make a video and explain that to put in the front. But
Okay.
hopefully by the next time that we make a video, we'll be able to go live with you guys and interact with you and everything. We're still new at the channel thing and
Very new.
streaming. so just bear with us as we figure this out. It might take us a couple tries, but we'll get it.
We would really love for you guys to be involved in our discussions, and we're looking forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
True. All right. Well, thank you for sitting with us through another
Crazy
video.
video.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was like, should I? But yes, and we will see you in the next one.
Our subscribers have grown, and we are very happy about that.
Yeah, we are now
Thank
at
you, guys.
22, so thank you guys for that.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
All
Bye,
right.
guys.
Bye. Hey everyone, it's Sandra.
Hey guys, it's Maria.
I hope everybody is doing well today.
We sound so happy today, don't we? We are.
This is our happy face.
It's good to see you all again, and I'm so happy to make our video. I don't like doing it without my daughter. She's like my better side, you know.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, we got some new subscribers too, by the way.
We did. I noticed that. We got like one or two.
Yes, and thank you guys for joining our channel.
Yeah,
we got
very
some new
much.
comments. They were all nice.
Yeah,
They're also y'all are so sweet.
they are. I like logging in and seeing all the stuff that they post. That you guys post. It really makes our day. So, yeah. So anyway, today we were gonna do kind of like today's going to be like a transition type video. There are things that I wanted to add on to I guess, my story before we move on to mom's. But that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to, like, tell you guys one last thing that just I remembered, but that really seems to highlight how potent, I guess, my mental health was at the time, or my mental illnesses were at the time, especially being untreated and things. And then we're gonna move on to mom. It'll be her turn to just to be in the spotlight, and we'll listen to her go through
This is where
her
we
life and
lose
stuff.
subscribers.
No, no, you've been through a lot of stuff, and I think it would really I'm not going to give anything away. I'm just saying I think it would really people would really benefit by knowing some of the things that you've been through, because um I don't know anybody else that has been through, like, personally anyway, that has gone through all the types of things that you have, you know. That doesn't mean that I don't know other people that, you know, have gone through stuff, but nothing that's like it seems like is one right after the other, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess some people would say my life was a little tragic.
Yeah.
From the day I was born, that was a tragic day.
Okay. Okay. I was like, do I laugh at that, or I could see you were trying to make a joke. I was like,
Hey guys, my jokes suck, by the way.
no, that's not what I meant.
She
God.
knows me and she knows how to laugh at my jokes, though they do suck.
I don't. But
That look, that was awesome. Oh my
so,
gosh.
oh yeah, can you see where I've gotten this is where I broke my glasses doing DoorDash the other day, and I had to glue it back
Oh,
together.
honey.
So my glasses look pretty janky. They're barely holding on.
You gonna be able to get you another pair, honey?
Someday, maybe.
Sweetheart,
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's
You got a
okay.
bad prescription too.
Yeah, I've got the astigmatism, and it was it was bad trying to drive home that day. Whew.
Honey.
Cause like I just the only thing holding it in place was like the plastic, so I had to be like super careful, like while I was driving, not to pop the lens out, because I don't think I could drive one eyed. I don't know, with one
I'm
eye.
sorry, honey. As a mother, I would love to be able to get your glasses, honey. Y'all are struggling right
Well,
now,
I mean,
and
everybody is. As an adult that I would like to consider functioning, I hope, I wish I could get my own glasses, but, like,
I know, but mothers like to help too.
I
And
know. I can't get rid of you. I'm just kidding.
at least for the time being.
I'm just playing. I don't know. This this is probably the first time I'm really nervous, because, like, I don't it's not even about what I was going to tell you guys. It's about how to transition to it.
Well, let me tell y'all something. A disclaimer. Uh, everything that we talk about on this video, we are not condoning, endorsing, or
Oh no.
encouraging anybody to go out and try or to feel the way that we're not encouraging that type of negative what comes with the illness, not the illness itself. We know
Yeah.
y'all can't help it, but the things that come with it, like some of the behaviors, and uh, when you were a stranger to all these new
Mhm.
feelings, you didn't know how to how to express them, or how to feel with them, or how to react, or what to do. So
Yeah.
none of this that's in the video, we're not encouraging any of this,
No.
the behavior that comes with the illness.
No.
And let me
Absolutely.
tell you, she pre warned me on this video about what we're going to talk about that she forgot. So I was glad she did that because I don't think you've truly ever seen my super duper surprised face. And it's nothing like this. So why don't we just head on into that, Xandra?
Okay. So I know I'm not alone in this either, though. But like during high school, I think it was my senior year. Um, I developed this really intense crush on Jeffrey Dahmer. He was already, I'm pretty sure he was already dead at the time. He had been murdered in prison, but so uh
I'm shutting it. Go ahead.
no, it's just like it developed into like not so much a crush as like what I perceived to be a one-sided relationship. Like I um I proceeded as if, we were an item, like, him from the afterlife and me in this life. But like I stayed single for many years because of
That's what
that.
happened. She was single,
Uh-huh.
and
Well,
that imagination got the best of
yeah, probably. I was like, you know what? Forget real guys or
you.
forget live guys. I'm just gonna move on to the dead serial killers.
Yeah, they don't talk back.
That's right. They don't, it's really easy to have a relationship with them because, you know, I'm
You
always
could even
right.
create their personality and everything.
Well, I tried to keep it real. I did try to I went deep with it cuz like I tried to keep it like I didn't know him personally, I was
Thank God.
I was a child when he was doing his murders and things. Um, but like
Hey,
based
honey,
on yes,
honey,
what?
can you scoot over like this one? There you go, a little bit more. Right there. Half of your face was blocked. I meant to tell you that earlier.
Oh,
Sorry, guys.
anywho's okay. Thanks, mother. Um,
You're welcome.
so
This is this is my nervous laugh, and that's why I look like I'm all happy and stuff. Because this is what I do when I don't like hearing things.
this is how I look when I don't like talking about things. But
And
well, I
we
mean,
did
it's
promise we were going to be open with everybody.
yeah, I did. So but I tried to, based on what I read about him and the documentaries that I watched a lot of documentaries. I wrote like academic papers for school about him. I read books about him, everything. I was like really invested. So I tried to perceive him as I thought he would be in real life, you know? So like I felt bad,
Did you have pictures of yourself being gutted?
that came later.
Oh
That
gosh.
came afterwards. When we broke up, he wasn't happy about it. Okay. No. But see,
Well,
um it was a serious thing. Like like I said, I didn't date for that amount of time because I felt like he and I were an item. Um and then in real life he was gay, so it's like it never would have happened to start with. But because he was dead, I felt like maybe he's open to being straight now.
you're talking about him being gay and dead.
Okay. I'm sorry, honey. You were talking about him being gay and dead. Let's talk about your boyfriend. God. Too bad we can't put this part in there.
Why not?
Oh, I guess we could.
Oh God, I don't know what's happening. I just had a Christmas video about a week ago.
Oh my God. Surprise, everyone. Merry
And
Christmas.
we're talking about a serial killer now. But go ahead.
So, yeah, I finally,
Your face is red.
I'm just thinking about, I'm just thinking about this whole thing as if I were seeing it being told to me, and I know what their faces probably look like out there. They're probably like, yeah, like that. So,
God, really? I probably just did the public's reaction.
yeah.
What
Yeah.
is going on? Oh God, honey.
You birthed me.
I did not see this coming.
Hey, guys, let me go. Can I pause you? And I'm gonna go check my mail.
We're on the roll.
I'll be right back. All right. So, so that's enough about me.
No, we're not going to say enough about you. We just got started.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know.
I'm not making fun, honey. I don't know what's happening. It's Monday, and
So, okay,
trust me,
did you
this is
have
not
like
a funny subject.
did you have like questions about it or
Yeah. When did you start feeling this way about like were you were in high school or
Oh yeah, it
was it
started in
before
high
that?
school with
So describe your go ahead. I'm sorry, honey.
well, I guess like I felt like well, especially I felt drawn to Jeffrey Dahmer particularly because like reading his I mean, he did a lot of horrific things.
Yeah, he did. Is that what drew you to him?
I'm sorry,
I
my
mean,
neighbor, my landlord's doing a lot of work outside. It's so loud. No, no, it wasn't that. It was like he did a lot of horrible things, but I mean, I also felt like if he had also not been significantly mentally ill, he probably wouldn't have.
and that might be what drew you to him as well, because you
I
you
think
felt
so.
like
Yeah.
yeah maybe you were associate not because you were gonna be a serial killer or anything, but he was mentally ill. You had mental issues. You have mental issues, and that's probably what drew you to him, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was a lot of that. I felt like it would take a person like him to love me because
Oh well.
I guess because like it felt like what the things that I was experiencing inside were really bad and horrific. And so it felt like, you know, because, my ex boyfriend kind of proved that to me too um, at the time. Well, it's really hard to love you because you're so mentally ill. And
Did he tell you that a lot?
no, not with his words, but his actions did. Like he would say that he didn't understand and that I was just being he would call me like paranoid or uh just saying it without actually like saying it, you know what I mean? Like
He wasn't emotionally vested in you anyway.
No,
invested in
because
it.
he would have, otherwise, he would have done up, done some reading about it, or he would have tried to understand it,
Yeah.
from my point of view, even if he couldn't understand it from his point of view. And, but, so yeah, it felt like, you know, it, I was like, this guy's done way worse things than me, and I'm willing to, like, love him. Maybe that's the kind of man it would take to love me back, is like somebody who's done worse things. Maybe we could, like, save each other. I don't know. It was like I had a lot of romantic ideations in high school. Uh, but yeah, that was basically. I felt like he was misunderstood too. Like, people were just looking at the horrific thing, like, rightfully too. I'm not trying to diminish what he did in real life at all.
Right.
But it felt like I said, like, he wasn't a he was a broken person. And, like, because that's the only kind of person I think it would that's the kind of person I think it would take to commit those crimes against people, is somebody that's really sick and not together. But at the time, that was like, I guess that was like a draw for me, because that's what I felt like too.
Yeah.
So,
And you were going through your own dark times too,
yeah, yeah,
you know. I really believe that if we hadn't cared, I mean, we were not perfect parents, we had our own problems. And but we adored you. We loved you and we always wanted to protect you.
yeah,
And I believe that if we hadn't have intervened and tried to get the help that you needed, I think the doctor where you were at did a really good job. He was very concerned. And I think most of that came from him. The other um, mental health providers failed you terribly,
oh yeah, yeah,
but he seemed to really care, at least to us. And you said you didn't have a really any bad experience with him. This doctor stayed in touch
yeah,
and really was concerned about you. But what I was getting at was, without this, honestly, I think you might have made some pretty serious mistakes of your own that
oh
could
yeah,
have landed you in prison. Um, with the other things that I was aware about, um, I, I think you would have maybe, I don't know, at the time I did, thought you would have carried these out.
yeah,
Some of these violent thoughts that you had. That's why we were, scared of you. But and that explains also your feelings toward Jeffrey Dahmer, because you
yeah,
you were in a mental fog yourself, so you weren't thinking straight.
uh, yeah,
To you, that was kind of normal, sort of. I mean, you knew it wasn't, but because you hid it from and this is the first I've heard. And but yeah, you were still aware of right from wrong, but I I think that you didn't really have a compass at the time,
uh,
and you could have made some serious mistakes.
yeah,
So
oh yeah,
I'm just glad that you realize, I hope you do, that how much we love you. We always will, and we will always be there for you.
yeah. I mean,
Okay, Packer. Oh, that's what I call my daughter. That's my name for her. She started it. She
I
started
did.
it. Oh, God. Okay. So,
You should. Our
um,
pet names for each other are pretty funny, but it's okay.
yeah,
Yeah, Bick.
if you use your imagination, it's not hard to figure out what that one stands for.
Yeah. Yeah, we had to have a workaround for when we're near my grandmother.
Yeah,
She she'll give us that look.
yeah. Oh God, I love it. I love that one.
Yeah.
But so
Now,
when did
girls.
you start to lose interest in Jeffrey Dahmer? Do you still have it? Are you still like?
No, I actually broke up with him like around the time it was probably a year or two before I met my husband because I had met this person that lived in Scotland. Remember him?
Yes, he claimed to be an author.
And he I mean, we got pretty close, but he just didn't want to. It was enough to draw me out of this other relationship that I felt like I'd been in because we got really close and I thought it was heading in that direction. But he didn't want to commit, so um and that's about the time I started like trying to lose weight hardcore because like it when I met him, it felt like I was on a healthier course because I started that's around the time I started exercising and count my calories and trying to lose weight and stuff, and I did lose some
A
weight.
lot.
Yeah, cuz
No, you lost a lot.
I thought we were going to meet each other and have this relationship, and but anyway, it turns out he just didn't want to commit at the time. So um I kind of regressed after that. I started drinking really heavily, and that's about the time I went back into the hospital.
I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, you excuse me. You actually called the hospital while I was laying there drunk on the porch.
You almost fell on your. You were at the edge of the porch, almost half of your body, and your head was leaning toward the ground. And if you'd fallen on your head, you would have broke your neck. That's scared me. And you were crying, and it was a really that one scared me too.
I think I asked you to call them, didn't I?
Yes, you did. But yes, you did. But I would have done it I was going to anyway.
Yeah, you already had the phone, I'm pretty sure.
And because of the way the system was, you they couldn't take you in as an emergency. It would have to be a doctor to have you put in. So we couldn't even take you to the um, mental health facility that night. That's where you needed to go.
Oh, wait, yeah, they wouldn't take me because I was drunk. Remember, I had to be sober.
And that doesn't make sense because that's why it goes because you're not in your right mind,
Yeah.
whether you're drunk or mentally ill, right?
Yeah.
That just doesn't make sense. I didn't
Uh,
remember why at the time, but that makes that I think I remember that now. But yeah, and so we were gonna take you the next day,
yeah.
but your friend wound up taking you and instead because we had a spat and I was mad at you, and then I got
Oh, yeah.
scared and I I didn't know. I was scared of hospital, going through that again and
Uh,
what we did. And but I was glad she took you. I was
yeah.
once you were there, I was glad,
Yeah.
so yeah.
But
And
yeah, I mean, that's where I ended up meeting my husband.
yeah.
So,
And, and 5 or 6 years later, here you guys still are.
yeah.
And let me tell you, he is a wonderful guy.
Yeah, he is
And
not
it's
like Jeffrey Dahmer.
no, he's like the total opposite,
He's
isn't
like
he?
a gentle giant. He's like,
He's like a Carolyn's version of or what is it? Carolyn from Little House on the Prairie.
oh
He's like
yeah,
the male version of her.
yeah, he is. He's a little sweetheart and
Yeah.
wouldn't hurt a fly. Like imagine, and his spirit animal is like a gnome playing a flute in a
He
forest.
looks like one.
That's his spirit animal
Oh,
is
he's
that.
so cute.
He
Yeah,
is.
he's tall, but he does look like he could be a gnome.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. But no, I gotta say, he's been really good to you. Really good to you.
Yeah.
I've been very happy. And as a mother, I have a right to say that because you're still my daughter. So
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, he has. He's been very good to me and very patient. And it takes a lot. It does take a lot of patience to be married to me, it turns out. So,
Or to be your mother.
ow. Okay. Well then.
That's where true love comes in.
Likewise, Pecker.
God, right back at you. Ditto.
Ditto. Oh
Oh,
gosh. So so yeah, that ends my saga. Um so now okay, do you well, let's see.
how many how
It's
many
only
minutes?
been 30 minutes.
Ooh, 30 minutes and it's already been a disaster for 30 minutes.
No. That- so
It's only been 30 minutes?
yeah. Actually, it's been 29 minutes. It's almost about to hit the 30-minute mark.
Well, all right, guys. Listen, since this video is already, it's like 30 minutes long, but it's still, that's not a lot of minutes, but it's still longer
It's not
to
enough time
to
to
get
get
started.
into something new, I don't think.
Right.
Just gonna I'm just gonna end I'm just gonna end this video right here.
Okay. You're ending it?
No, not our call. I'm gonna end the video. Or do you want to keep going?
No, I'm good.
Khaleesi, go sit down.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, listen. We had some fun on this video,
We
but the
did.
subject matter is serious, okay? And on another note, really, Mondays, this has been already one heck of a day for me. So I'm sorry if you all don't think, I hope we didn't upset anybody. I had a great time. I did. I
I
had a
did
great
too.
time.
I did too. Even
So,
though it was the weirdest conversation ever.
and the laughs,
Yeah.
that was weird. And the reactions were a little bit weird, but we did quite well, didn't we?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
We
guess
did.
we'll know in the comments.
Oh God. Okay. So yeah, thanks for watching today, guys. Sorry this was a little bit short, but on our next video, we're gonna actually. It was still kind of a transition video because we ended my
Yeah.
stuff, and then we're gonna talk about your. We're gonna get started on your ends next time.
Right.
So, and there is a lot to start with, which is why it's probably not, 30 minutes would not be enough to really
No.
touch the surface. So, yeah, we'll be back next week with a new video, and we're gonna start on her
My
side.
my wonderful life.
Yeah. Yeah. No, well, it gets better at the end. It doesn't start out great, but it gets better. It does
I
have a good ending.
think it's huh?
I said it does have a good ending.
I think my life has got a few things in it that might be of interest. I don't know. I always thought, but yeah, we'll get into that on our next video. And instead of 2 or 3 weeks from now, we're gonna do this next week, next maybe Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
If it turns out the way it did next Monday, we may have to skip to Tuesday because Mondays, I don't know how in the world this happened, but it
It's
sure
kind of my
did.
fault that we took so long because I started doing DoorDash to supplement my husband's income, and it kind of has taken up a lot of time.
Yeah,
Um, but
I know that, honey.
my
And I
car
was
is now out of commission, so I'm waiting on
your
it to.
car's not running, you're doing extra, and your husband, my son-in-law, by the way, is already doing 60, 70 hours sometimes a week.
Oh yeah, he works really hard. He
Double
works
two,
a
like
lot.
a double shift, and yeah, and then he's right back at it again. So he sometimes he'll do 2 or 3 16-hour shifts a week, and then a 12-hour shift. Sometimes it's 8 hours. It's just dependent, but lately he's been doing between 60 and 70 hours a week. And let me tell you, that's still not a lot of money for the price of everything to live. It's not.
Yeah.
And you're living proof because
Yeah.
y'all are still struggling like heck. So are
Well,
we. But
he doesn't get so many hours. Like now that they've got a steady. They've managed to hire more people, but so he's only getting like his normal 40 hours, and he didn't get his raise this year like he was supposed to.
oh,
So
that stinks too.
he might get it
But
next
why is
year.
that not a surprise though?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. But yeah.
But yeah. Oh, well, your dog is telling you it's time to go.
Yeah. Thank you, son. I didn't know what time it was. Okay. So.
To all of you guys, all of you, everybody who's going to be watching this video, I hope you have a few good laughs anyway. I always love to do videos with my daughter. That's why I don't do a lot of them by myself because I love her so much, and she's what brings life into these videos. She really is. So I'm not doing a video without her.
Okay.
And there she's all quiet again.
Now I turned off my mic, which is helpful whenever the big mouth back there is going off. But thanks everybody for watching, and it means. Will you shut up? Shut up. But thank you.
Keep that in there. That was so dramatic. We love you guys. We love
you.
every one of you guys. Thank you for watching our videos. And if you have anything to say about this video, leave it in the comment. And for the new subscribers, thank you. And future subscribers, awesome. Thank you. We love you.
Bye, everybody.